here in lovely California. Lovely Mariposa County, California. And it's quite a warm day. It's 54 outside right now, which is very warm for 8 in the morning in January in Mariposa. And I got a good night's sleep. We got a solid 8 hours. I could use another 8 hours, but I'll have to make do right now. I can always tell how tired I am by looking at this stuff under my eyes. Hi, Winston's mom. Good morning to you. It's absolutely delightful to see you. And I believe that together we can change the world. So I've decided to make this live stream eternal, which means it will be continuing forever. Like heaven. Heaven doesn't expire. It lasts forever. Just like this live stream. And it's an awfully long time. As Prince says, I'm not currently wearing a shirt, but I am wearing a jacket. It's too cold for bare-chested, but well, putting on a shirt seems like an unnecessarily challenging thing to do. Well, thank you, Winston's mom. I prefer my other glasses, but okay, they are. I prefer these glasses. But I just grab the glasses I see first, basically. These glasses, I think, look good. They're also a little more strong than the orange ones. Like, they have more magnification. So I can see a little bit better with these ones. But mostly, I just think they look better on me. The orange ones are a little bit too hipster, you know. And the only reason I got the orange ones, well, 2 reasons. One, I figured they'd be easy to see. I'd be able to pick them up. And also because they had an appropriate amount of magnification. They didn't have a lot of choices at the supermarket, so I got these orange ones. But then I went to, I guess it was Rite Aid. I might have gotten these at CVS in Oakhurst, I'm not sure. But they had a lot more selection. I think it was Rite Aid. And I picked these ones. I do think they look nice on me. They look like I'm not trying too hard, you know. These ones look like I'm kind of trying too hard. But I like them. I don't hate them anyway. And they do have the advantage of being cone putter orange, which the reason the cone putters use that color of orange is because it stands out, you know. So people don't not see the cone putters because their cones are blending in with the environment, right? Instead, they use cone putter orange. Give the bowl here a nice solid reaming. Yeah, maybe 2024 is the year of the cone putter. It's possible. It's possible. And if so, then obviously I made a good choice with the orange glasses. Even if 2024 is not the year of the cone putter, I'm thinking maybe we should have a holiday, Cone Putter Day, in which all the roads of the nation are filled with cones and nobody can go anywhere. We just all have to appreciate the cone putters. That's the taste of amphetamines in my mouth. Me 2 seconds ago. Hey, chat GPT, write me a generic 4-line poem about joy of life. An error occurred. Either the engine you requested does not exist, or there is another issue processing your request. Well, Elaine, it sounds like chat GPT lacks sufficient extroverted intuition. You're going back to studying? I hope you're studying literature, Elaine, because it's really the only field of study that's worth your attention, I think. Hi, Fires player. You play Fires? You know what they say, Fires player. If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. The other night during a debate on evidence for God, we learned that GPT tailored its answers. The theist asked ChatGPT to find God and got an affirmative answer. The atheist received a non-committal response on their ChatGPT. Huh. Well, I mean, I don't know if we can fully define God, but we can say that anything wanting to claim the title of God needs to be omniscient, omnipotent, and good. At the very least, you'd have to say that the minimum criterion you'd need to meet for attaining the status of God would be um, the capacity to observe everything simultaneously. In fact, that's really the best proof, quote unquote, of God is that since all of existence supervenes on observation, there must be a single grand observer that allows various parts of the universe that we're not observing to exist. It's not ultimately convincing because it's certainly plausible that instead of things existing in the absence of our observation, that they're rendered independently on each computer, essentially, on each individual's reality. But as I pointed out many times, it is very silly to attempt to argue in favor of God. It runs counter to the whole idea of God. Omni-simul observant. Exactly, Acacia. Exactly. So even though that's the best argument in favor of God's existence, it's not a winning argument. And it runs afoul, again, of the same problem that all arguments in favor of God have, which is a relationship with God is predicated on faith, which definitionally is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So it's obviously self-defeating to attempt to prove God. You're doing it wrong. You are the sum of your experiential totality in time as relating to every other entity that changes with time. Where does this naive idealistic notion of I or you come from? You are you because you are not anyone or anything else. It's that simple. These retarded religious about self are not. Well, I'm more than just the sum of my experience, right, Dr. Artisan? My personality, in fact, is defined as those aspects of the self that remain the same from birth through death. And that self is defined or determined by your attentional configuration. Your experience then um, is the accumulation of instances of you paying attention over time, but that does not comprise the totality of your being, right? So, for example, my physical body is 6'5". It's true that I experienced the process of growing to 6'5", but it's also the case that my identity includes that physicality that doesn't link to my experience, at least not directly. So it's silly to be too reductionist about stuff, right? That doesn't. First of all, religious people or religion, you need to understand it as what it is, right? A magical thinking frame. Why and when do we want to incorporate a magical thinking frame into our overall experience of life or processing of life? Well, there are certain kinds of questions that can't be answered with a rationalist frame. So, whether or not you want to engage in a faith-based behavior and use that faith-based behavior to inform you regarding those kinds of questions that can't be. Hi, Ruben. Are you guys together? Where are you? Um, so the point being that for a strict rationalist, that means exclusion of faith, right? That you only believe in things for which there is evidence and you have good reason to believe in them. Well, I have full access to that frame as well, right? Now, additionally, I have access to a magical thinking frame, which is informative to me by the behavior of faith on positive moral questions, among other things. Metaphysics are incomprehensible, so an illogical framework is by nature a necessity. Well, it's not the case that metaphysics are incomprehensible, but there are certain cosmological questions that we have to answer either we don't know and we are completely uninformed about those matters, or we engage with those matters via their appropriate magical thinking frame. There are plenty of metaphysics, which is to say, the physics of physics, right? In other words, the log and an accounting of the logics of being. So it is not necessary to have a magical thinking frame. I spent much of my life without any magical thinking frame. I incorporated a magical thinking frame when I quit drinking in order to help me quit drinking. And in the process, I figured out the exact correct position on God, rationality, etc., which I've articulated here. Because that's what I do. You know, my whole life I've been working towards being correct about everything. And I'm more or less there. I've been working towards my whole life having the answers to all of these questions that people think need to be discussed still. They don't. I had the answers. Right. Like if you do a meta-analysis of studies on ADHD, that means you're accounting for all the various kinds of studies and analyzing how they how they support or contradict each other and what we should make of the totality of it, right? So you're going up a level. You're not studying ADHD directly, you're studying studies of ADHD. So metaphysics is studying the physics of physics, which is to say, metaphysics is fundamentally a language science, and it is a science. The problem is, even most of history's greatest philosophers have not accurately and adequately explained all of this, right? They miss the most common mistake that philosophers have always made is to mistake their use of language for something other than a use of language. So when Kant wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, he forgot as he was doing it, or maybe never knew in the first place, that he was manifesting an artifact of himself by paying attention in specific ways, and they were his default ways of paying attention. And so, accordingly, his intellectual work is confined to that field, right? It's all TINE. But you can't reasonably account for grand questions of existence like morality just with any TI. And one way we know that Kant failed to understand really what it means to say that you're exercising an instance of language work is that he concluded that lying was inherently immoral because it comprised using an individual as a means to an end rather than an end in themselves. The thing is, lying isn't necessarily immoral, although it's, I believe, always ill-advised. The reason lying isn't immoral is because others don't have a right to the truth. In other words, they don't have any right to your language being a certain way. Now, this point I'm making about lying not necessarily being immoral, there are instances where it is. If your lie comprises a call to action, such as, okay, the road's clear, no cars are driving by, you can walk across the street, and you've got a big box you're holding in front of your face so you can't see. That would comprise, if the person's lying, there's a car right there, and the guy steps out and gets hit by the car, that would comprise not only wickedness, but criminal wickedness. But you can't universalize a moral prohibition against lying because not every lie actually comprises using a person as a means to an end, first of all. And second of all, as I indicated, no one has the right to you speaking in a certain way. And so, universalizable moral prohibitions stem from rights violations. There's no other place that they come from. it's always a property issue ultimately. So you have no right to, you have a, maybe have a reasonable expectation that a person is not going to, when the person speaks, they're not going to be just making shit up, right? Like, so yesterday I went to Disneyland and I rode on the Matterhorn. It was super fun. When I didn't really, right? Um, because that's not actionable information or action provoking information. It's not a call to action, you know. Nothing that you're deciding is predicated on what I'm saying being true. And even if it is, it's on you to put that much faith in me, not on me, to be honest, right? Now, it's still a good idea to not lie. It's very much ill advisable to lie because you sacrifice your credibility and people think you lack character and other things like that. And credibility is incredibly important. So it's like say Club ENTP didn't he doesn't understand this at all about credibility, right? He thinks it's all fun and games to pretend to be somebody else and that, aha, here's the big unveiling, I got you, or whatever. Well, it's not wicked, it's not evil of him to do that, but it's horribly ill advised. Obviously, he's at this point lost any credibility with anybody who is aware of his stated ways, his self proclaimed ways of sort of making everybody, at least pretending to or attempting to, make everybody involuntarily part of his um, haha, I got you art project. Well, that doesn't serve him well in terms of other people's perceptions of him. Uh, in other words, anytime you encounter him, he, based on his own declarations about what he's doing and his ways and stuff, you should never believe him at all because he might be involuntarily including you in one of his horrible art projects. And that's the consequence of lying, right? Or misrepresenting yourself or various things like that. Is that now, because he's chosen to act with language in those ways, he's open to the critiques that I am here issuing, right? And that's why lying is ill advised. When I was having big dramatic problems with Becky and Spacey and Tori, um, I just made my points and stuff. And Spacey said something like, um, Eric's Eric may not be lying about this stuff, but he's twisting the truth, or something like that. You know? The point is, I was not subject to that critique because what I was saying was true, and determinate on the point. You know, it's like I was not to blame for anything. Uh, Tori was incredibly toxic, and etc. You know, and Becky was proved to be equally toxic, although much more pleasant in day to day goings about. And what they could not do successfully is specifically highlight where I was dishonest, lying, or did anything bad. So ultimately, I won that narrative battle, right? Becky proved herself to be a scumbag. And while I may have been dragged through some mud, none of it stuck to me because they couldn't truthfully point to anything that indicated a lie. So not lying is very important. I'm a terrible liar, and probably that's because I have almost no practice in lying. But it's not necessarily immoral. And Kant's wrong in that area because he fails to distinguish between speech acts and real acts. He thinks that he can universalize this notion of using an individual as a means to an end, and from there infer universal prohibition against lying. Well, that's just misunderstanding the various ways, or not accounting for the various ways that people use language. Kant's right to discount utilitarianism as a normative framework, which he doesn't necessarily do explicitly, but is implied by deontology in general. But that doesn't mean that deontological approach to normative ethics is comprehensive, and Kant wanted it to be, and it can't be because of the nature of language, right? Let's see what's going on over here. Life advice to the youngsters: never give your 100% at work. Once you do, people assume that that's your cruising speed and there's no going back. You've never paid enough. I want to come here and complain about something else other than my work one of these days. KE, your advice about work there, never give 100% at work, that's only true for, I don't know. I get what you're saying. It is true that demonstrating competency generally increases your workload without increasing your pay. No, she says what it is. She's a game programmer or whatever. She's like a project manager for a software company or something. She said what it is lots of times. Let's see what's going on up here. Okay. How to read but world, enough, and time. Dwellers all in time space. I'm reading along as I listen to you. Looks like you have a very pretty morning. No, I don't think lying is moral, Fly Guy. I think it's not necessarily immoral. And generally it's not immoral. It doesn't he never really revealed what it was, Fly Guy, except that he pretends to be various people other than himself. I think I don't know. He indicated that he was going to do a big reveal of his haha guy got you art project, but he never did. So I don't know. Someone said a week ago in here, or rather tried to argue Spacey was INFP. Do you think it's possible? It's not impossible because INFPs can demonstrate very good TI, but I'm not sure. I think he's an INTP. He seems like an INTP in all of my interactions with him. Why he's gone all all mushy on typology. I don't know. He really, and this is also another reason why I think he's an INTP. Uh, he never really came to terms with his own culpability for all the shit that went down. I tried to reconnect with him and stuff, and he wasn't really having it. That seems more like 8 slot FI than dominant. I'm not sure if he's in a very good relationship. That obviously, if you've got a lot of emotional pain going on in your life, it's hard to operate it with all your what's called all your pistons or whatever. So I was correct when she says project manager for games. I'm a video game producer, so project manager for games, but also right now I manage the inception of multiple games at the same time, and often I end up doing shit I'm not supposed to be doing. Yeah, I know. Demonstrating competency will get you more work. Are you famous? If so, did you manage to stay off Jeffrey's list? I'm not famous, and even if I were, I would never be on that list because I hate exploitation. It appalls me and makes me sad. Hero, I ate and I'm waiting to get food. If you ate, why are you waiting to get food? So you're very busy writing emails and typing on the computer. I'm busy actually thinking and putting down in a very convincing narrative manner what I think and criticizing other people's work, which is never too fun, but gets better once you build trust. Okay, I like your job. I like the fact that you have that job. You seem really well suited for it. That's what I do in my off time. Fly guy, will you stop trying to delegitimize KE's work? Yeah, a lot of professionals spend all their time in front of computers. Well, look at me. Look at my job. I'm doing it right now. And I've got both a computer, I've got 2 screens going concurrently. I got a phone and a computer. Ethics are just applied metaphysics. No. Well, normative ethics are comprise an area of metaphysics. All your political, ethical, and practical values require a metaphysical underpinning of which they are derivative and consequent to. Well, sure. Like it or not, all claims you make have implicit metaphysical presuppositions and implications. Well, sure. All language acts are predicated on an individual's attentional configuration and they convey the values underpinning that being, right? They're an expression of assorted values. But that's not really informative, right? Yeah, it's true that being a sentient thinking being requires us to operate with a variety of assumed or explicit frameworks, but I don't think that's very informative of anything. Hello, Tien Ho TV HG Daily Life. I am happy to welcome you here to Internet America. Happy day to you in Vietnam. Nice to meet you as well. And I hope that today you eat a big bowl of pho. That's Vietnamese food, I believe. And not be given the impossible task of making a pitch for AAA game in 2 days, or worse, make a pitch for engine tools, which is the worst. I bet it is. Engine tools sound terrible. So I'm not going to doubt you there, KE. Now, I also believe that Vietnam is the country from which pooped out coffee comes from. There is a certain kind of coffee that's pooped out by, I think, a certain kind of monkey and purportedly is extremely delicious. I believe it comes from Vietnam. Maybe pooped out by civets, which or I think are kind of monkey, or something like kind of a monkey. I'm not sure. Anyway, I've never had civet poop coffee, but I'm curious about it. Another thing that I've never had, I don't know if you guys have seen this or heard of it. There's this cheese that has little maggots in it that people eat from, I think, like Chile or Argentina or something. It's a gourmet. It's a gourmet cheese, but I cannot imagine myself eating that. It's got little maggots in it. Really? One thing that's cool about being around a lot of designers is how they distill human motivation in such actionable ways. Oh, you thought it was Italian? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's from South America somewhere. Let me Google it. Where is that maggot cheese from? Where is that maggot cheese from? A Sardinian sheep cheese that contains live maggots. The cheese is made from pecorino cheese that has been intentionally infested with maggots. The maggots digest and excrete the cheese, which gives it a creamy and tangy taste. So maggot shit gives it its special flavor, and you are right, Fly Guy. Sardinia is in Italy, not in South America. You win this one. And as a consequence, that's right, Fly Guy. Wonder point. You get a wonder point for being correct, proving me wrong about this. Well, I proved myself wrong, but you were correct. So, in other words, don't go to Sardinia. Sardinians are so crazy that they intentionally infest cheese with maggots. And that's one to grow on. Of course, the cheese is considered unsafe to eat when the maggots have died. So, you gotta get your Sardinian cheese freshly infested with maggots. Coffee luwak, also known as civet coffee, is a coffee that consists of partially digested coffee cherries which have been eaten and defecated by the Asian palm civet. And I'm guessing that the digestive process of the civet, much like the digestive process of those maggots, makes the coffee have a creamy and tangy flavor. You know what? Why don't we just get the maggots to eat the cheese, collect all the maggot shit, and just eat that. Separate the maggot shit from the rest of it somehow, and then use that as creamer for your civet coffee. I think that sounds like a real winning proposition. Maggot shit cream civet coffee is, who wouldn't order that off of a menu? But some things I would never order can actually be very good. That meal, that ridiculously expensive meal that we had at the Elderberry House, which has a set 5-course menu, which actually was like 7 courses because there was a not on the menu extra amuse-bouche or amuse-bouche, whatever you call it. Anyway, I would never ever order something like potato salad, like fancy potato salad with trout roux on it. In a billion years, I would never order that. And it was absolutely delicious. Who wants to eat trout roux? Nobody. Also, in that same dish was another thing that had caviar on it, which I guess is sturgeon eggs, Another thing I would never order. And absolutely fucking delicious. I couldn't believe it. So, you know, maybe maggot shit and civet coffee is good. It's possible. I mean, I'm not that into the idea of trying it. And even now, if I saw on a menu someplace like Frederick's or whatever, which we go to, which is kind of fancy, but not like super fancy like elderberry. If I went there and I saw trout roe or caviar on the menu, I definitely would not order it still. I haven't learned from my experience at Elderberry House that trout roe is good. I learned from my experience at Elderberry House that an incredibly good chef can functionally use any ingredients and have something be delicious. And I'm sure there are some ingredients that even the greatest chef could not make taste good. But I was really impressed with that Elderberry House chef. He killed it. He absolutely killed it. Everything was amazing. It's one of those experiences where, even though I'm 10 years sober, I could not help but wish I could have included the wine pairing with it. You know, that would have just made it, that would have just taken it way over the top into just absolute perfection, you know. But that's the kind of experience I had to give up. Yeah, it's absolutely true that if Rachel and I had the wine pairing with the meal, we would have it would have just been phenomenal, like unbelievably spectacular. But I just don't have the ability to safely do that, you know. And if I choose to have that wonderful, wonderful experience, it will ruin my life. So that's good enough reason not to do it. I know me. I know me. Who sold their soul today? What's the latest? Who sold their soul today? Yeah, that counterphobic shit is bullshit. Who sold their soul today? What's the latest? I'm not sure who sold their soul today. Nobody I know. Janet Jackson? Makes sense. Appreciate it. Something makes sense. I'm glad to hear it, Nemo. Does anyone know in Enneagram is counterphobic seeks an actual thing, or do people just make it up? Yeah, I think counterphobic seeks is bullshit. I like the idea of a tri-type because it intuitively makes sense, right? The idea that you'll have a default response to each of those three core negative emotions: anger, shame, fear. And that each of those responses can broadly be said to fall into a category of either avoidance, confrontation, or withdrawal. So, for example, 2 is avoiding shame, 3 is confronting shame, 4 is withdrawing from shame, 5 is confronting fear, 6 is withdrawing from fear, 7 is avoiding fear, 8 is confronting anger, 9 is avoiding anger, 1 is withdrawing from anger. So that people would have one of those like reflexive approaches towards each of those negative emotions, it just intuitively resonates as correct. You you can probably clearly understand your own approach, at least for the one that's first in tritype. So I agree with the concept of that because we face all three of those negative emotions, it just makes sense that if in fact a human expresses the default approach to one of those negative emotions, then we would have a default approach to all three. I also agree that one is predominant. Like, in other words, one of those three negative emotions is the one that you are most focused on and concerned about. For me, it's fear, then anger, then shame. Hi, Diana. How are you? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hey, Dania. I'm sorry, I called you Diana. Dania. You're not Diana. Dania is different than Diana. I've never heard the name Dania before. Free Palestine PSX2? What's the. Oh, that PS must be the Palestinian flags. Why did it say times two? I just got a message from a random coworker not in my team apologizing about how they stalked my LinkedIn because I'm too famous. I'm a vain human in Indiana. I'm also, this kind of thing is making me happy too. Okay. Like when I was standing outside and talking to waiting for my shrink to join this video conference, just smoking a cigarette. And he came on and he's like, "Where are you? Where's that walkway? Are you? What is that? What kind of? Are you in a walkway of some sort? What's going on here? Like, where are you?" I said, "Oh yeah, this is our house." And I showed it to him, and he was like, "Wow," and that made me very happy. Just like when Corey got out of the car for the wedding, and he said, "This is your house." That made me very happy. That's third slot FE. It feels good to impress other people. So regarding Palestine, I mean, I think the obviously correct advocacy is that Israel should make Palestine, let them go, right? Let them go be their own nation. Let them deal with all their own shit. It's basically apartheid, you know? So obviously that's not cool. Israel needs to grow the fuck up, right? Stop being. Stop pretending you're the good guy, right? It's that straightforward, Israel. Stop pretending you're the good guy. It's ridiculous. You can't figure out your anagram? Well, have you tried my test? It's a very straightforward test. Um, do you think to avoid shame, you're more likely to be helpful, be high achieving, or be like, fuck you and your rules? Okay? And that'll tell you your 2, 3, 4. Then am I a Marvel fan? I have seen quite a few Marvel movies. I'm not sure Mohanish Thite if I would call myself a Marvel fan, but some of the best Marvel movies are absolutely some of the best movies. Like Thor Ragnarok is spectacular. Uh, Infinity War is spectacular. Everything else falls down a little bit from there, but the first couple of Guardians of the Galaxies were spectacular. First one, second one were both great. Um, uh, I'm not sure which other ones come to mind as being particularly notable, but okay, so that'll tell you your 2, 3, 4 flag guy. And if you have trouble answering that question, it's probably indicative that it's lower, more towards 3 in your tri type and less towards 1. It's either 2 or 3 if you're having trouble answering. Be based, be both. Be both what? Be all 3. All right, now let's talk about fear. If there's something that's causing you anxiety or fear, maybe something looming in the future, like a deadline or something, or this bill's coming, you're not sure if you're, if you pay it, then you might be broke for the rest of the month or something. Things like that cause fear. Are you likely to study more about the thing, understand it more fully, and therefore thereby not need to be as afraid about it? Are you likely to kind of retreat to your nest and rely on your existing resources and um, familiarities to insulate yourself from the fear? Or are you likely to go into the dark playground, pretend like, oh, I'm just going to pretend like that's not coming and I'm going to do this thing that's distracting? So, stick your head in the sand, fiddle while Rome burns. Which of those 3 are you likely to do? Once you realize the very idea of a Freudian unconscious as he presented is by principle contradictory, you don't need to waste time on anything else. It takes microseconds from there to realize his entire focus on sexuality was gratuitous. Well, I'm not sure what the contradiction is that's implicit in the Freudian unconscious, but I do agree that one shouldn't afford Freud much attention regarding his notions of human consciousness. Well, Carlos Paiva, you don't need to agree with this Enneagram interpretation, and I'm not going to try to defend it because I don't believe that there is defensible Enneagram like there is defensible typology. Nevertheless, this is the only explication of Enneagram that puts it in its proper place as basically a breakdown of FI, a taxonomy of FI. So then, all right. So you're going with 5, and no, what I asked Detarson is exactly what is the contradiction implicit in the Freudian explication of unconsciousness, of the unconscious. He says there's a contradiction implicit in the Freudian idea of the unconscious, but he's not stated what that contradiction is. I generally dismiss Freud as getting it wrong, like everybody else in psychology, because he's not coming at it from an attention perspective first. So, excess, lack, neutral, positive, negative, neutral. Okay, well, positive, negative, and neutral could correspond to, like, withdrawal could correspond to neutral. Avoidance could correspond to negative, and confrontation could correspond to positive. So that's fine if you want to understand them like that. Those are just examples of trialities. Okay, well, I'm agreeing, Carlos Paiva, that Enneagram is not defensible as a model in the same way that cognitive functions are. So I don't really want to, argue either way. It's pointless, right? But this is how I interpret it. If you want to interpret it differently, anagram is subject to a lot more interpretive space that people can occupy than cognitive functions is. But most people who muse about enneagram at all get personality wrong because they attribute too much shit to enneagram. 5 is neutral towards knowledge. 7 overconfident, but it's fear though, not knowledge, right? Carlos Paiva. 5 tries to learn more in order to not be afraid of the thing. Okay, well then you're mixing in interested into enneagram, and that's a mistake. Then you're taking stuff from cognitive functions that don't belong in enneagram and putting it in enneagram. Where Freud fucked up was his theory of psychosexual development informed by the intense social repression of the Victorian era. He was probably right to surmise that a lot of people were repressed deviants of some kind, but he took that sensible observation and stretched it way too thin. Okay, well, fine. But I don't know if that is an implicit contradiction. It's a good reason to dismiss him. It's a good explanation for why he's over fixated on sex, perhaps. But, I think he fucked up in that he began his explication with from a therapist treating a problem perspective, right? Rather than a philosopher explaining humans. Well, for example, in this home we're buying here, there's a crack in the foundation that concerns me. We looked at it from the outside first, and it concerned me, but I wasn't sure. We looked at it from underneath, and I saw that on one side it goes all the way through. Uh, the hill, the house is on a hill, right? So it's flat, obviously, but in other words, they have longer posts here and shorter posts here. They're just like here, kind of almost reaches the ground. Here, there's big space. So I've got kind of three possible ways of approaching this, right? It's scary to me because it's a big purchase and it may be a big problem, but I could do what I'm hoping to actually do, which I plan to do, which is call a concrete guy or a foundation guy and have him come out to do an estimate on repairing the crack and see what he says about the state of the foundation in general, right? That's 5. 6 is relying on, I guess, what I've already read and researched about it, the opinion of the realtor, the opinion of Rachel, we just sort of, and or remembering that, even if it turns out to be kind of a big problem, it's probably still a good deal because the total cost of it would still be probably under 3. So, like that would be 6. 7 would just be like, oh, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Everything will be fine. We'll worry about that problem if it turns into a problem. Okay, well, you're turning fear into a rationalist, an explication of rationalist or irrational approaches. Remember, everything about Enneagram is irrational because we're talking about emotions. So it might be the most rational thing to do. What I'm going to do with the house, which is call the guy and get his opinion about it or whatever. I have to go do another home inspection, which is not specified in the escrow that I can do another home inspection, but having done the first one, I need to get into that house again with a professional, and just to make me feel more comfortable that I'd at least done due diligence, right? So if you're a 5 or a 6, Carlos, maybe that's how you would express those possibilities, is the way that you're talking about it. But I'm going to go with my way. So, having done 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with Fly Guy, I will now go to 8, 9, 1. If somebody comes at you who is angry, are you likely to respond with anger back? Are you likely to appease? Or are you likely to say, you know what? I'm withdrawing. You can talk to me later when you're not so angry. Seven may be high, Ruben. Seven maybe does link to optimism, but I don't think it's. I think it's more like wishful thinking, or this is fine. This is fine is 7. Okay, you know that meme that Rachel linked to the other day, where there's this dog who's sitting at a table, and there's fire all around him, and he says, "This is fine." Fly Guy is not a 9, is my intuition. I don't think Fly Guy is a 9 either. KE's legs are almost 7 feet long. What I deny is the extent to which it is knowable, and whether that low level information processing really manifests as a psyche or a sense of self, as Freud assumes. I deny that he has grounds to infer everything about what makes people tick on the basis of his conjectures. Certainly, the extent to which his theories drifted grew quite extreme when he was postulating all these far-fetched ideas like a biological paradoxical death threat. I mean, I agree with you, Deft Artisan, that he was playing around with metaphor to no good end, and his whole understanding of things derived from a frame of treating like elite pampered women whose problem was boredom. But on the plus side, Freud was able to afford a lot of blow. Freud was kind of the first Falco. Can't you just see Freud dancing? Body da dum pum pum. There come sare do 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 papa. I think calling Freud Proto Falco is a good name for Freud. Proto Falco. Hey, wanna buy some stuff, man? Good rule to have an explanation not simple as BS. Now apply that to Freud. Well, I don't think that's a good rule to apply. It's not the case that every correct explanation is simple and or easy to explain and or easy to understand. I will again quote Feynman, the physicist Feynman, who responded to a reporter asking him to explain the thing that won him the Nobel Prize. And he said, if I could explain it to you, it wouldn't have been worthy of a Nobel Prize. Yeah, it's like, maybe I could explain it to you, but first you'd have to take a couple of classes of prerequisites so you'd have some context in which to understand the language I'm using to describe the physics thing that I did, or I came up with, I think it links to this kind of shortcut that he came up with, like a way to approximate something um, that's extremely difficult to get precise, but the approximation allows you to kind of skip that part and or get over that part, get past that part with negligible, if any, impact on the total results, right? So it's basically like he came up with something equivalent to an irrational number. But instead of an irrational number, it's kind of a mapping of something in physics, maybe at the molecular, at the atomic level, or I'm not sure. I'm not a physics expert or anything. And that's why I can't explain Feynman's Nobel Prize winning physics thing very well, because it's not a simple explanation. It doesn't mean it's not correct or whatever. He also, though, gave an excellent, very simple explanation for why the Challenger exploded. If you don't know who Richard Feynman is, he's the guy who, when the Challenger exploded, he had a glass of ice water and an O-ring gasket thing that was used on Challenger. He said it blew up because of this. He put it in the cold water, it froze. He said, look how brittle it is. You know, that's a simple explanation, right? Some questions have simple answers. Other questions have very much less simple answers. In the ideal explication of the most complex thing, you're able to convey significant amounts of information about that complexity in simple terms. Easier said than done. As somebody who's kind of always trying to do that, I can tell you, easier said than done. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've got my head lace on again. And head laces make me look like Tupac. And that is fine because I talk a lot. And this band around my head is a lace, just in case I need to tie my head up. So hopefully, Carlos Paiva, seeing this, you will acknowledge that don't argue with Tupac, you know. So the last three are, if I didn't say it already, if somebody comes at you with anger, are you likely to? I did. Are you likely to come back at them? Oh yeah, well fuck y'all. You're like say, oh okay, here. Or are you likely to say, talk to the hand until you calm down? And anyway, whichever of those questions was easiest for you to answer, that's the first one in your chart tip. Second most is second, third is third. So for example, you said 5. I don't remember what you said for 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure if you answered 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 seem to give you some trouble. So maybe you're meh 5, whatever, you know, like a anger 5, anger, fear, whatever, anger 5, whatever, or 5, anger, whatever. Maybe do that. And most of all, don't get misled by Carlos Paeta here. I've got the Enneagram construed as narrowly as possible in order to prevent mission creep, right? It's just explaining your strategies towards those 3 emotions. It's something of a taxonomy of default FI responses to FI provocations of certain kinds. And we should not try to get it to do anything else. Rachel does this too. I mean, I get it. Like, people do what they're going to do with it. Rachel thinks. oh, well, maybe that's just me being a 7 or me being a whatever. I'm like, it's probably a cognitive function thing most of the time. If you're doing something other than explaining, say, like if I do encounter anger, I'd prefer to have another response besides anger most of the time. So I don't want to be an 8 in my tri type. That's the one I end up talking about most. It seems easiest to talk about, easiest to point to examples of and stuff. I do best when, it's not just when confronted with anger, but also when certain boundaries are crossed. Are you going to respond with anger, or are you going to, do something else? Like when I was having a problem with the pharmacist at the CVS in Oakhurst, I got angry, and that didn't work at all. But I had another time up at bat, and I was very calm, and I definitely won that battle. He was, I had him very flustered just by being super calm and quiet like this. And he said, "You're get," he tried to, again, as he had when I actually was angry, tried to position it as though I'm getting upset, but he had nothing to work with. And he was like, "Hey, you're getting upset." And I said, "Clearly, I'm not the one who's upset here. You're the one who's gesticulating wildly." And he puts hands down on the thing, and he was very flustered. So, anger is only useful really in certain kinds of circumstances and against certain people, right? Anger was turned against me very effectively by that pharmacist. It served me not at all well. So it's important to recognize that even though these are your reflexive strategies towards these things, they're not, it's not necessary for you to respond that way to those things. In other words, it's not like attentional manners. You can escape your Enneagram habits, at least in some circumstances. It's very difficult for you to escape your function configuration. Everything gets processed through that first and foremost. Rachel wants me to fix that. I probably should. I got a box cutter specifically for that purpose, in fact. All right, let's see what's going on. I like tri-type. Fine, yeah. I mean, I think people do have a reflexive response to this kind of things. Everyone's a 7 because 7 is the new 5. I'm stuck between 8 and 7. I'm either 873 or 783. Okay, 783 is called the mover shaker. I know that because I used to think I was a 783 before I realized it was a 4. I thought I was a 3 at first because at that time I was pretty high achieving. And I also thought, well, I like to, I get satisfaction from impressing people. But in reality, I'm definitely 4 is third in my tri-type. Why does 5 and head triad have to do with fear? I'm not sure why they call it the head triad. But I guess fear requires either a practical or a rational approach. You could say 6 is practical, 5 is rational, 7 is irrational. But I mean, it's like I say, trying to do too much work with Enneagram beyond the scope of what I've said about it is probably ill-advised. You're screwed if you don't know why you're afraid or have shame or whatever. You can't test them. I feel like I'm high achieving despite myself, says Fly Guy. But is that why you don't have to be ashamed of yourself because you have a nice house, nice car, or whatever? You've succeeded professionally. At this point, it's just a sandwich. You've turned your all meat pizza into a sandwich? I'm not sure if people very often don't know why they're afraid or why they're ashamed. I get what you're saying, Carlos Paiva, and you have a point here for sure. That you can talk about 5, 6, 7 as being a, what do you call it, triality? A triality of rational, practical, and irrational. That makes plenty good sense. But I mean, you can't do that with each of the trialities. So if you're gonna try to make a triality that applies to each, you could go with confront, withdraw, avoid. You could go with positive, negative, neutral. But you can't really go with practical, rational, irrational for all three of them. I guess you could, like, 4 is rational, 3 is practical, 2 is irrational, or 2 is practical, 3 is rational, 4 is irrational. I mean, I'm not sure, right? I don't think it really works for all of them. You need to switch 3 and 8 though. What does that mean? I'm not sure what you're saying. Yes, I make a banger lasagna, but maybe I'm just helpful, or maybe I just say F you and your rules. Probably not the last one. Jung's deeper claim is that a collective unconsciousness exists as a type of repository of recurring images and modes that we inherit and thereby orient common meaning, elements of meaning with our lives. Well, that's just wrong, right? The fact that every human being has some kind of experience with a mother or father figure means, sure, that every human being is going to express their being when they're engaged with meaning through common archetypes, but that doesn't mean that it's a collective unconscious that's inherited. It's a discounting of experience as a significant factor in meaning making. It's not unexpected for an INFJ like Jung to make that mistake. And the resulting frustrated sexual energy that is sublimated into other types of felicitous activity or else repressed unexamined metaphysical symptoms. This was a response to Freud, who supposed the unconscious was governed by the primary primacy of parent-child relationships. Yeah, well, Jung was right more than Freud was, but Jung was wrong about the idea of collective unconscious. It's just, I remember reading it, that stuff a long time ago, like as a teenager, and just thinking, okay, but how are you born with meanings already in place, you know? It doesn't make any sense. You're born with certain kinds of instincts, like even babies, newborn babies or whatever, just starting to crawl babies, I guess. They won't like go over the edge of something and fall. If you put them on a thing that they can see the ground and then it turns glass and they can't see it, they won't go out onto the glass part. Can't wait, Kay. Returning to the shadows now, but slowly tracking where you live. Do you just shove your D into whatever hole and get it over with? No. I mean, what is that directed at me? I have exactly 2 holes that I put my D in. Both of them are on Rachel. Or in Rachel? I'm not sure if they're on Rachel or in Rachel. The entryways to both of those corridors begin at Rachel's body. Enjoying food is gross. What an SI countervalued thing to say. Enjoying food is gross. That's ridiculous. Pie holes are holes too. I eat to get energy mostly. Well, that's a good reason to eat. Food does have nutritious calories in it. They help you to live, do things, be a human being. So, Elaine wants Caroline to name 5 things that aren't gross. I'm going to do it instead. 5 things that aren't gross. Head lace. This is not at all gross. This is sexy AF. This stick is not gross because I haven't used it to poke the bong yet. Once I use it to poke the bong, it will become gross and go in the trash can over there. Other things that are not gross. This is not gross. This is called a nut. But it's not the gross kind of nut. It's the ungross kind. That's 3 things that are not gross. Here's another thing that's not gross. Flashlight. 4 things that are not gross I've given you so far. Isn't that gross? Meow, kitty. And here it is, the 5th thing that's not gross. Goes, ooh la la. I think we all agree that's not gross. What are you meowing at me about? But I won't be making weird, satisfying noises while eating or licking my fingers because that's weird. I try not to lick my fingers either because they're probably not very clean. I should wear a shirt, I agree. Like I don't want to get you guys all hot and bothered. Right? But when I got up this morning, I felt very lazy. I thought, do I really need a shirt? I could just put on this jacket. It's not that cold outside. Lou, thank you. It's called a head lace. My company, Head Lace, makes this kind of headband that I'm wearing. And our ad is head lace, not head lice. Just like holsters holster your guns, underwear's for hugging your buns. Buy bun huggers today. I'm wearing my bun huggers today instead of boxers. And I can tell you something else. It's not gross. Bun huggers. What could be gross about having your buns hugged? Nothing. It's a wonderful experience enjoyed by all. Bun huggers are like the men version of panties. Because panties, they don't go down the leg very far, right? They go right up to the bun. You can no longer trust anything Carlos is saying. Most cakes are disgusting. Unnatural food for a human. Carlos, I'm going to have to agree with Fly Guy at this point. If you think cake is gross, there's something wrong with your mouth. You need to get some new taste buds, mister. What about cheesecake? You ever had cheesecake? What about tiramisu? Tiramisu is fantastic. I like it a lot. Now, I'll agree with you that like, birthday cake with too much frosting, no thank you. This is such a sad chat. What's sad about it? The anti-cake? The anti-cake hate speech that Carlos Paiva is voicing? Carlos Paiva, your anti-cake talk is hate speech, okay? They're called baked confectionery, not cakes, okay? Cakes is hate speech. What about carrot cake? Carrot's here. What if I made carrot into a cake and fed it to you? Do you like carrot cake, Carlos? Tastes like carrots. I don't like carrot cake myself very much. But you know, it's a lot better than pumpkin pie. I just am not a fan of pumpkin pie, really. It's okay. Occasionally get a good pumpkin pie. But by and large, I would say, just let's just stop growing pumpkins. Nobody eats them. It's just, what's the point of even having pumpkins? Pie is disgusting as well, Carlos Paiva? Oh my God. What did Satan come and what's that word? Possess you? Did Satan possess you today, Carlos? Is that why you're being wrong about Enneagram, wrong about cake, and wrong about pie? Did the angel of darkness possess you? Pancakes are disgusting as well? Carlos! Pancakes are not disgusting. You have pancakes with a lot of butter on them? Mmm, so good. Now, what are you going to tell me next? You don't like waffles? Please tell me you agree that waffles are fantastic. I'm not sure waffles are better than pancakes. God damn it, Eric. It's like, will I ever learn? I pushed the wrong button again. The one on the right is the light. You just need to remember it like that. Left is the land, right is the light. Left is the fan, but fan doesn't start with an L. Because I turned on the fan by accident. All right, everybody. It's shirt time. I guess I'll wear this shirt. I'm going to wear this shirt all night. Okay. I'm going to take off this jacket, put on this shirt. I'm going to get I put it on backwards. I'm going to get now these things to put in the laundry. I hang up this jacket. Now that I have my shirt on, you can see what's going on. I didn't want you to see my naked torso, so. Okay, pants, you don't get hung up. Just, no. You're occupying a hanger and for no good reason. Pants shouldn't be hung up. This jacket will go back in the closet where it belongs. These pants will get folded and put down here where they're supposed to be. I have no idea why Rachel's shoes are here, but they are. Now, I'll get this shirt, last night's cum towel, a cum towel from some previous occasion, I think. My socks, this shirt, and I'll put these in the laundry. Last night's cum towel is is a good name for, I don't know, an album, a band, a Broadway play, perhaps. Alright, I put the laundry in the laundry. Now what? That's what you're probably saying. You're probably saying, now what, Eric? Right as the light. Yeah. Okay. Now the computer's gone to sleep. Thanks a lot, Sleepy. All right. Here we go. Carlos, you must be fun to hang out with. There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat here, huh? Salmon is your preferred food? Okay, well, you're just totally wrong about everything, food-wise. Let's just admit that right now. Carlos has about as much food wisdom as who has no food wisdom? He has as much food wisdom as an accountant who lost his taste buds in the war. Fruit is sweet just like dessert, so what you're saying doesn't make sense. Carlos has like his brain or his heart in his mouth. He has a filter in front of his tongue. Perhaps it could it be perhaps that Jung's idea of synchronicity gives some credit to Nietzsche's idea of eternal recurrence, albeit perhaps in a more Heinrich Heine way, where it's not just you live the same way, but you eventually live every way, which gives rise to the ability to improve, and to that of synchronicity and how effects can seemingly arise before cause. Oh, that's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure exactly what Nietzsche's idea of eternal recurrence is. If it's that you're eternally living the same way, but you eternally live every way. I mean, I don't know what those metaphors are supposed to mean. Look, even Muslims eat bacon. Everybody likes bacon. Muslims generally agree that bacon doesn't count as pork. So, same with the Jews. They also agree. Everyone agrees bacon is fine. Bacon does not count as pork, and everybody should eat it as often as possible. So, at least the world can agree on that. Why does bacon not count as pork? Because it's so delicious. Bacon doesn't taste like other pork, you know. My statement about it is yours, says Black Guy, because my experience, Muslims are saying this or that about how bad pork tastes and is unhealthy. Okay, I'm hanging out with whomever and telling and determining for them that they are perhaps Muslims. And also that they like bacon. And that's fine. Okay? It's not like somebody's, I don't know, name, like your KE. I can't say, oh, your name's actually Julie. But I definitely can tell people what religion they are. And Carlos, you're Muslim. Lou, you get to be Zoroastrian. Fly Guy, you're a Muslim. Boba Fett, you are an atheist. And I am all religions and all times, to all people, all things, always. That is Eric. I'm both Christian and Muslim, Buddhist and atheist. Hey, Nicholas Watson, I'm a Muslim and I love pork. We need to, as Muslims, we need to reclaim pork, right? There's been a lot of hate speech about pork linking to Muslims and stuff. We need to end that hate speech by acknowledging that Muslims love pork. Zoroaster is the name of the god, Lou. If you Google it, you'll determine that it was a god popular in the famously deemed Fertile Crescent of ancient Babylonia. Let me see your Fertile Crescent. I'll put my Babylonian. Your Fertile Crescent. Muscles. Ugh. Carlos, by the way, you need to replace your tongue right now with a new tongue that knows how to taste things. Oysters. Ugh. It's like whoever ate oysters for the first time was correct. They were like, we're starving, so we have to eat this incredibly gross shit. I'm not saying anything about loving pork. I'm just saying that's what they think about pigs. Bacon comes from not pigs, but supermarkets. So if we remember that, then we can acknowledge that Muslims love pork. And we can stop with all this silly nonsense. Everybody likes it, it's fine. I'm currently reading The Magicians of Mazda. Is that where the RX-7 came from? Magic? Zoroastrianism emphasizes a never-ending battle between good and evil, a contest between the religion's god, Ahura Mazda, and an evil spirit, Ahriam. Well, I bet that Neuralink weather for video games, or I don't know what that means. P asterisk asterisk asterisk. Piss? Poop? Bacon is a root vegetable. Thank you, Fly Guy. We all agree then that Muslims love pork. I love root vegetables, especially a medley of them. A medley of root vegetables. What is that like? Carrots, potatoes, turnips. Not sure. I like mussels, but I had scallops the other day, and them shits do not hold up. You had bad scallops. If you get good scallops, really good scallops, they're fine. They're pretty good. Parsnips. Tower of Silence. Well, get me out of that tower right now. If Rapunzel's in that tower with me, I'm going to sign language to her to let her hair down, and I'm going to climb out of the Tower of Silence so I can talk again. What a terrible place. Tower of Silence. Tower of nobody getting any intellectual work done, sounds like. They leave their dead out in the open for the bugs and vultures to consume. The Fire Temple, Tower of Silence, oh yeah. I don't like the texture. You don't like the texture of what? Pus? I don't like the texture of pus either. Here, feel my pus. Ew. I don't like its texture. Ruben also dislikes the texture of pus, apparently. I want potatoes, says K.E., with lots of bacon, bits, and G. That would be delicious, see? So put some sour cream on it, and wee! You want bacon and sour cream on your potatoes? That's a good idea. Scallywags? Nobody approves of scallywags. Those are the least quality kind of wag there is a scallywag. I'd rather be a finger wag than a scallywag. The texture of pus is good in a chocolate eclair. Okay, well, if you just have the texture of it, I'm sure it's fine. You'd like to add Brussels sprouts to the medley, even though they aren't a root vegetable, they complement nicely. Okay, well, Brussels sprouts can be good, but you better cook them just right, or else they're just stinky little cabbages. I want cake again. I'm hungry. I want cake again. Oh God, Boba Fett, stop. You're killing me. Oh my God, I'm gonna have this horrible notion in my head for the whole day. I'm removing that chat thing you said. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. I don't want to even see it. Oh, okay, stop, Fly Guy. You too. Some people. Oh my God, I'm removing that disgustingness. It's violating my SI. Ah, now I want to puke. Thanks a lot, everybody. I was fine when we were just talking about pus, but I guess that's my fault for introducing pus into the equation. It's just guaranteed that the grossness is gonna pile up like a big pile of gross pus. Everybody has a vaginal sploosh splash party. All right. Yeah, look, when we're talking about vaginal blood sploosh splash party, nobody should attend it. Not even the woman holding it. Oh God. Boba Fett. Just please. Just stop. You just don't want to even know or think or hear. Okay? It's time for some bong rips. Everyone just chill out and let's pull a couple of bong rips. Okay? We want to recapture the right energy here. The officials have taken over this football game. Made it a boring stop and go affair. And what we need to do is reclaim our agency as players on this field called truth. Everybody's playing truth. I can hear Eric's mouth watering like he's about to throw up. I know, really. Eric, hey Eric, do you know? Do I know Mike Hawk? Do I know your cock? Not very well. Just casually. We've met a couple of times. I consider your cock an acquaintance, but you know, he's a lot more chatty than you are in person. Hello, I'm Nicholas Watson's cock. And just want to say hi, Eric. I enjoy listening to your live streams. Well, hello to you, Nicholas Watson's cock. So nice to meet a fan. I'm gonna pass on shaking your hand. A blind man walks past the fish market and says, "Hello, ladies." Very gross. Thank you for that grossness. That's as gross as it gets. Menopause has its upsides. One of the big upsides of menopause is that it affords you a special level of appreciation for Menopause, the musical. Sometimes called history's most appalling aesthetic holocaust of clusterfuckery. Maybe the worst thing ever made. You could call it that. An attack on all that is good, beautiful, and true. You could call it that. The best part about menopause is the menopause ceases. So it doesn't just pause, right? It doesn't come back later. Does minnow mean bleed out your puss? Is minnow the scientific word for bleed out your puss? Good question. We know the scientific word for the part of your anus that can whistle is your butt lips. But we need to learn the scientific word for bleed out of your vagina. It is menno. What's andropause? When I stop being an android for a while? Or I cease being androgynous? Can anyone here not whistle? I can't whistle with my butt lips, but I can with my face lips. Low levels of testosterone. Defined as a syndrome associated with a decrease in sexual satisfaction or decline in a feeling of general well-being with low levels of testosterone in older men. Do I have low T? You know what I think is probably more effective than testosterone? Amphetamines. That's a good way to feel increased satisfaction in life. I mean, how much sex do you need to have, right? I have sex every few days, maybe. You know, you need to have sex more than that? I don't think so. Amphetamine. It's a combination of amphetamines and methadone. If you like or love the girl, then you should be thanked for it means she is fertile for you, basically. JS. Just saying. Well, I mean, I don't wish Rachel didn't have a period. I think it's fine that she's closed for business for 4 or 5 days a month. That's fine. Just means that when she's done with her period, she's getting a good stern fucking. Shut up, Boba Fett. Remember to check ground all because Boba's gone. Right. And now we all find ourselves in our bathing suits attending the vaginal blood sploosh flash party. Even though we definitely should not. But, women gotta do what they gotta do. It's not every species even has menstruation. And a lot of species, they might have it like once a year. Like dogs. Dogs have it, I think, a few times a year, maybe a couple times a year. But it's so complicated to make a human baby in your body. It requires such a precise environment that as soon as that environment starts to wither a bit, it's time to shed that uterine lining, get rid of all that, reset, give the ovum uterus combination thing another chance this month to possibly host a baby. And then even then, it's not like the whole month she's ready to get pregnant. I mean, some women are ultra fertile, and they just, you throw a whisperer cum at them, and they're grabbing this child. But generally speaking, you're supposed to not really be able to get them pregnant except during this ovulation period in the middle of the month. It just goes to show you that successfully hosting and growing that baby inside of your uterus, everything has to be just right for it to start growing. It's like it's as finicky as mushroom spores, You need to have this super sterile, moist, receptive environment, and then maybe you can grow psilocybin mushrooms. But I never attempted it. I mean, I'm sort of attempting it right now, in that I crushed some up and threw them over there where the mushrooms grow where the tree fell over, but they haven't grown, so. Do you have any awareness at all? You can tell when chicks are ovulating, especially chicks you're into. You can? I can't, but okay. 15-letter words containing amp. Methamphetamine. Hmm. That'd be nice. Have a little bit of that. But would also be probably unwise. I'm growing some shrooms right now. Just started the fruiting stage. I texted Rachel a short video last week. Oh, really? I don't think she told me about it. I must have forgotten. You can tell a woman has an orgasm when from her mid-belly to her thighs, it looks like she's blushing. Well, that might be true for white women. Depends on the woman, but there's a certain shudder, you know. Shudder. Like, like, like she's suddenly got very cold. I used to be concerned. I was like, are you extremely cold right now? But turns out she wasn't. The mushrooms I currently have are great. Hey, Boba Fett. Uh-uh. No, no, no. Remove your comment. I don't appreciate that. I'm a comment remover. They go smug. Fly Guy has shown you a black person who is blushing. Well, if that's not black. Boba Fett is from India. Well, that's true. Well, I didn't censor you in the sense that I didn't prevent you from saying it. I just removed your comment. Wait, hold everything. Are you very cold? Ew, Nicholas. That one goes too. I'm in a removing mood this morning. Everyone's getting censored. I'm a censor. You're a censor. Wouldn't you like to be a censor too? Let me see what this says. Let's talk about the new CVFOIA revelations then, as they confirm it was a project from DARPA in association with the Wuhan Institute of Virology that went wrong. They do, huh? So CV is, I'm assuming, COVID? Oh. Oh, that, I'll leave it. Whatever. Just stop being ew. Well, I mean, I called it pretty early on when I said the preponderance of the evidence suggests strongly it's a lab release, lab made and lab released virus, and I was correct. whether it was released intentionally or accidentally, well, nobody's going to admit they released it intentionally. So, who knows? I wish people were having the right conversations about this. Who's DARPA? The National Institute of Health? Well, I mean, I'm sure what they would say is the truth regarding that was irrelevant to the public health concern. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Why is the American military collaborating with China? Right. I mean, I posited a long time ago that it was lab made as a bioweapon, as a humane bioweapon intended to kill all the old and sick people and, make a dent in the population, thereby preserve. There's lots of justifications people could make for this stuff. Because Obama forbade this sort of research on American soil. Well, that was good of him. Good job, Obama. That doesn't mean we should go to China to do it. I mean, the conversation we should be having is about individual rights versus emergency powers. Because it might not be the last bioweapon virus that's released. There are plenty of people in the world who believe strongly, perhaps, that the future of the planet is best served by making a significant dent in the human population. Obviously, they're never justified in taking any action predicated on that belief. That, in other words, nobody's justified in choosing for the world that thing, that many people are going to die. Doing that on purpose, is never justified. Because after all, we don't really have moral culpability. No individual can for representing the earth minus humans in this argument. The only possible way to justify that sort of stuff is with utilitarian justification. And obviously, that doesn't withstand scrutiny. Hello, Shuvo. Hurry. I am not a grandfather. Sorry. I am a father. I have a 25-year-old daughter. I'm 52. And I'm not a grandfather. I hope to be one at some point, but I'm not yet. You take a mortal man and put him in control. All right, it's like whatever individuals there are behind generating this bioweapon, which it only makes sense that it's a bioweapon in that the goal is to thin the population of the world. So it's not useful in any way as a nation's bioweapon to fight against some other nation, right? It has zero utility for that because not only is your enemy going to catch you, but you are too. So I've posited it in the past, and it seems to be increasingly validated by what Carlos is saying, stuff going on and stuff, is that there's one of two possibilities here. Either it was intentionally released by one power, one node of power and influence, and then opposed and attempted to be mitigated by another influence, and hence it's released, and then the subsequent lockdowns, even before there was any cause to think we should lock down, that's very suggestive of people behaving as though, oh shit, there's been released this bioweapon. It's going to kill millions and millions of people. And our group here, we don't like that. We're going to try to prevent the harms. And then, of course, what ends up happening? The harms from COVID itself are vastly outweighed by the harms from the attempt to either mitigate or prevent harms from COVID via lockdowns. Vastly outweighed, because of course you have to factor multiple kinds of impacts in. One is lives saved, quote unquote. It's unlikely the lockdowns ultimately saved very many lives, because after all, they were ill-advised fundamentally, in that they ended up making everybody go to only one place, the supermarket, and and given the lack of immunity and long incubation period, easy contagion aspect of it, it ended up that basically everybody who was gonna get it got it. Anyway, it killed some people, it didn't kill others. Had a low fatality rate. It does have other kind of ancillary effects that seem to be weird. People complain of brain fog for periods of time afterwards. They lose their sense of taste or smell for periods of time afterwards. It seems to kind of fuck up certain things kind of permanently for certain people. I don't think I had those impacts from it really, but I do sense that perhaps, although it could just be, priming, that I don't taste quite as well as I used to, don't smell as well as I used to. To be able to blackmail governments, I think you see the intentions as too positive. The intentions of the people who release it, I don't think it really mattered what their intentions are. Look, whatever their intentions in releasing it. So, okay, let's separate the intention for why they created it. Let's presume a possibility where they intentionally released it. What do you think their justification for releasing it is? What you're saying is their justification for making it, what I interpret as a means to thin the population, the global population, is not positive at all, Carlos. So how could it be too positive? What are you talking about? That's not a positive justification. There's nothing positive about saying, we want to make something that will kill many millions of people worldwide, so that we don't have so many people on the planet. What's positive about that? The fact that it's true that the planet's overpopulated, that doesn't make that a good justification. There's no financial motive that people could have had for the lockdowns. It's conceivable that, it doesn't. So why do you think that they released it if they released it intentionally, or do you think they released it unintentionally? I mean, for whom? Global inflation cost every single individual company and everyone approximately 10% of its total wealth. Nobody, a couple of companies maybe, like maybe Amazon, Netflix, I don't know, what's it called? Peloton. There are certain companies that benefited from COVID lockdowns, but the global economy was negatively impacted, and everybody's wealth was negatively impacted by a full 10% inflation. Those for those who profited from the vax development. So you think one particular or a couple of very interested pharmaceutical companies comprise the determinant powers well to make decisions about everything for the globe that hurts everybody else but benefits them? In what possible world are they positioned to do that? There are countless contrary interests by very powerful moneyed people. Why have what if this was interested by money or whatever? Okay, I'm not saying the pharmaceutical companies didn't scam us with their vax. I don't think they intentionally scammed us, but I fully agree it doesn't work at all. But you keep shifting ground here, Carlos, right? We're trying to say, what is the motivation for releasing it, assuming it's released intentionally? You have to assume that it's some high level people in government involved in this, right? It's not just pharmaceutical companies. After all, you said it was DARPA, a defense agency thing. It was that was working with in Wuhan. So to presume that the pharmaceutical companies motivated this is a huge intuitive leap that I don't know what it could possibly be justified except for the fact that they benefited from it. It's not always the case that every time somebody benefits from something, that had something to do with causing it. All right, so if you think it was an unintentional release, then that's fine. And what we see in terms of the response to it is a response informed initially by the fact that some people knew it was a bioweapon with an unintentional release, and therefore the sort of global response to it was driven by a very alarmist narrative that wasn't justified. It wouldn't have been justified if they didn't know it was a bioweapon. It turns out that the bioweapon was less effective than they thought. Large U.S. pharmaceutical companies didn't even see substantial increases in equity positions, excluding Moderna. Yeah. I agree that the research is very risky and that they shouldn't be doing that. People should not be engineering viruses to, they shouldn't be weaponizing pathogens, you know? They have way deadlier pathogens than BSL-4 labs all over the US. I know they do. They've got, there are um, cultures of anthrax, etc. There's a lot of bioweapons. So if an unintentional release, I'd rather it have been an intentional release, frankly, because because that would show that there's control over that sort of thing, and it would not suggest to you be concerned about an unintentional release of something deadlier. Well, in this case, Lou, the they they're talking about are DARP personnel in conjunction with Wuhan lab personnel that began this program to genetically engineer this pathogen called COVID-19. And the question is, they is basically decision makers regarding what we're going to spend money on doing with biologics. which are probably people high up in the Defense Department. So in this instance, we do have a they that we're referring to. But I agree. Normally using that kind of they stuff is the big problem. But here we have evidence clearly of a specific program implemented by a specific agency within the U.S. in conjunction with people in China. I agree with Lou. I'm removing your unnecessary um, exemplification of a stereotype. You're being blunt object edgy. Well, I guess that's better than being sharp object edgy. I'm not sure how edgy a blunt object can be. I mean, kind of by name, it's blunt, which is probably the opposite of sharp. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the world. Crazy shit's going down all over the place. COVID was insane. The and then this WHO launching of a discussion of like virus X, this presumed virus that's going to be released, but we don't know the specifics of it. Why are we doing this? I agree we should have a plan in place, but that plan should be predicated, or it should be after you write a very clear framework for this plan, a very clear limitation of emergency powers, right? A very clear acknowledging of the rights of individuals to manage their own health, make decisions about how much they want to expose themselves to meow. Yeah, disease X. Well, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I tend to agree with you that uh, that it's possibly not the very last time something like that happens. I do think that if, for example, you want to interpret those COVID lockdowns as sort of getting people accustomed to this idea so that when they do it next time and it's really a deadly one, then they'll be able to preserve their population or something. It's conceivable to imagine it like that. But if so, they made a terrible miscalculation. People will not put up with that again. People are done with this notion of some extra legal authority by county health officials to close all the businesses, meow the meows. It's fucking ridiculous. Years of planning did not help the United States during the pandemic. Summer 22 regularly. Of course, what happened with the pandemic was you had different parts of the country, different parts of states doing totally different things, making completely arbitrary, unhelpful rules. You had ridiculous things like the supermarkets putting a layer of plastic over the numbers you punch in for the for your when you put your card in or whatever, your pen, as though that's going to do anything, right? You're still having people using their fingers and pushing the thing. Whatever germs you have on your fingers that would have gotten on the number, Now just get on this unnecessary layer of plastic you put over the numbers. You know, they put up these fucking clear plexiglass things between you and the cashier so you wouldn't breathe on each other, but you can't actually really do any business, and you end up having both parties just leaning around the fucking thing. It's insane. It's completely insane. That's what it is. There's no other way to describe our response to COVID and the just extraordinarily alarmist, catastrophizing, precedent jettisoning, um, fucking panic lockdown that lasted like 2 years. It was unprecedented. There had never been another event in human history where the entire world collectively said, "Let's go all in on this terribly wrong idea." The whole world has never been in so much agreement about anything, and it was completely wrong about everything. Who put forward the idea of lockdowns? I have no idea, right? It was like, okay, everybody, watch out. There's this new virus that's deadly. It's coming around. You have no immunity to it. Stay in your houses. We'll figure something out in a second. And then it was just keep staying in your house. We got to flatten the curve. There was no curve. There was this dip in people going to the hospital because nobody was getting sick enough from COVID to actually go to the hospital. We didn't flatten any curve. We might have created a curve had we just gone about our business and people had gotten sick. It might have put some sort of taxing strain on the healthcare system in terms of capacity, conceivably. But the justification was we should flatten the curve that never existed. Who came up with that term? Who pitched that? I don't know. It might have been some international health organization. It might have been the National Health Organization. What happened was basically localities, every official at every level, from local to federal, used the same logic in making decisions here. I don't want to after this is done be accused of having inadequately strict policies on COVID and causing a bunch of deaths. I need to cover my ass here by getting on this bandwagon that everybody seems to be on, that's being driven by a motor of fear. A vaccine before releasing it would be an interesting strategy. Develop a vaccine before releasing it would be an interesting strategy. I mean, the thing is, thus, that's a kind of a good argument against an intentional release. You'd expect that if the project were complete, they would have both the virus engineered and quote unquote antidote, either a vaccine or something that cures it instantly or whatever. You know, that would be a complete bioweapon project, right? COVID-19, rethinking the lockdown groupthink. It even says flatten the curve. In this narrative review, I explain why I changed my mind about supporting lockdowns. The initial modeling predictions induced fear and crowd effects, i.e. groupthink. Over time, important information emerged relevant to the modeling, including the lower infection fatality rate, median 0.23%, clarification of high-risk groups, specifically those 70 and older, lower herd immunity thresholds, likely 20 to 40% population immunity, and the difficult exit strategies. In addition, information emerged on significant collateral damage due to the response to the pandemic, adversely affecting many millions of people with poverty, food insecurity, loneliness, unemployment, school closures, and interrupted healthcare. Raw numbers of COVID 19 cases and deaths were difficult to interpret and may be tempered by information placing the number of COVID 19 deaths in proper context and perspective relative to background rates. Considering this information, a cost benefit analysis of the response to COVID 19 finds the lockdowns are far more harmful to public health, at least 5 to 10 times so, in terms of well being years, than COVID 19 can be. Controversies and objections about the main points made are considered and addressed. Progress in the response to COVID 19 depends on considering the trade offs discussed here to determine the well being of populations. I close with some suggestions for moving forward, including focused protection of those truly at high risk, opening of schools, and building back better with an economy. Okay, well, listen here, whoever you are who wrote this. Who wrote this anyway? I don't see the name of the author. Listen here, Mr. Man, whoever you are or lady. You didn't need to change your mind. Should have listened to fucking Eric at the very start, as everybody should have. Okay? Then you wouldn't have had to change your mind. I told you everything like that already, years ago. It's like, how dare everybody, all these fucks, say like, okay, now I agree with Eric without even mentioning the fact that I was right. Does nobody care at all that Eric was completely right about everything while the whole world was wrong? Does nobody want to acknowledge? I now changed my mind to agree with Eric, who was saying all this at the start. No. Why do they say that? Because nobody cares about Eric. Even though he was the one person everybody should have listened to at the beginning of COVID, the one person every person in the world should have listened to was me and not anybody else. Even though that's the case, I don't even get any credit. That guy's never even heard of me. He's not seen any of my videos. Why? I don't know. I do not know why. You'd think if there was one person who was saying everything exactly correct back in the beginning when everybody was wrong in one way or the other, and then people start going like, okay, it is that way, as Eric said, you'd think that people would go, hey, everybody, we need to listen to this guy. Because remember back in COVID when we were all fucking super wrong? He was actually totally right about it. And we need to now remember this and learn our lesson in the future. Who do we turn to be correct about things? Eric. Yeah, I am warming my head with my Head Lace brand lace headband. Today I'm Tupac. Well, now currently I'm Tupac who's getting down to business. When Tupac's getting down to business, he puts these things up, right? This is regular Tupac. This is Tupac getting down to business. What is business for Tupac? Well, rapping. I am Tupac and I'm rapping. I'm telling you about everything and crap and stuff, everything you want to know about me. My name is T-U-P-A-A-C. I'm Tupac. Oh yeah. And I rap a whole lot. I'm Tupac. Oh yeah. And I rap a whole lot. That's from a famous Tupac song. That he did. Some sort of collaboration with Dr. Dre, I believe. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. It is not a killer track. Shut up. Why are you being so wrong about things? You just want to feel Phil Collins come in the air tonight. And I think that's gross. By the way, one of the speakers of the WEF, the World Economic Federation, says human rights don't exist, they're just a fiction. Well, sure. I mean, everybody who's utilitarian believes that. You want to hear the Tupac version? Oh, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I didn't know there was a Tupac version. I'm Tupac and I'm coming in the air tonight. Come and hear me sing my song. I'm Tupac and I'm coming in the air tonight, just like Phil Collins did so long ago. Yes, I am Tupac and listen to this. I feel it coming in the air tonight. Yeah, I'm Tupac and I'm singing this wonderful song. You mean that one? No, I don't want to listen to it, Boba Fett. I don't want to listen to anything with Phil Collins in it. I don't like Phil Collins. Phil Collins makes me feel schmollins. I don't like to feel that way. I think it's just not understanding what the concept of human rights means. Well, I mean, it's understandable that people would dismiss the idea of human rights when people who want to um, advocate in favor of disadvantaged peoples pretend as though they're everything they want those people to have as quality of life things is a right, and they position it as such. You know, these people have the right to housing and clean water and food and healthcare and meow, meow. Nobody has the right to any of that shit, right? That's not what a right is. But because most of the advocacy regarding rights is advocacy like that, which is actually advocacy in favor of entitlements in a welfare state. Um, it's understandable that people dismiss the idea of rights if they're talking about that kind of right, which is not a right at all. However, it's also implicit in every person who justifies their advocacies with utilitarianism that they don't believe in rights unless they have that advocacy, deal with the order of questions appropriately and first pass legitimacy tests. So if you're arguing that, like that article that Winston's mom put up is great proof that on a utilitarian level it was a bad decision. It doesn't go into the fact that it was a bad decision inherently because it didn't pass a legitimacy test because it was fundamentally rights violating. So, and nothing good happens when we do that. Plenty of instances we can look at where emergencies say, "Oh, we got to do this rights violating bullshit," and it never turns out good, like the Japanese internment, right? Oh, it's fine. It's a war. It's super important, and people's lives are on the line. So that justifies us doing this crazy thing purely out of irrational fear and a desire to immediately hold someone accountable for those darn Japanese who bombed us at Pearl Harbor. It didn't pass any legitimacy test. Therefore, the utilitarian consideration should never have even been considered, right? So if you're arguing from a utilitarian frame, we should do meow because it impacts meow, 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 and you haven't passed any legitimacy test, then you fundamentally do not believe in human rights. To believe in human rights is to believe that there's a universal normative framework we can use to determine the legitimacy of a prospective act before it's taken without calculating impacts. Who says free will is over? Carlos Behavior, do you claim that the World Economic Forum is banning natural conception of all babies must be lab grown by 2030? I mean, good luck with that. I don't know what everybody's talking about. I don't know who Yuval Harari is. Yuval Harari needs to change his name to something easier to say. Yuval Harari, or Yuval Harari. My name is Yuval Harari, and I am Yuval Harari. See, it's not that bad of a name. Okay, it's growing on me. I'm gonna give Yuval Harari an acceptable thumb. That's a sideways thumb for his name. It's actually trending up. Yuval Harari. It does roll kind of off the tongue in a blah 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 kind of way. Not too bad. Pleasant enough to speak. It's thus spake Eric Thustra. How many Eric Thustras does it take to spake a speak? Hi, my name's Eric. As you can see, I wear headlace brand headbands. It allows me to make a number of different looks. I can go to the side, be Rambo. I can go way up here and be a bunny rabbit, Gives me a lot of options. I can put it at the back and just keep this middle wrinkle line warm and covered. What's that? Yeah. So now it looks like I just have two wrinkles that are far apart on my forehead. And that's kind of 2025's look. I'm always a little bit ahead. I kind of like this look, it's simple, it's clean, but it makes a statement. It's understated, but also just stated. Did you catch the Mad Game play on the last stream? Yuval Noah Harari is an Israeli author, public intellectual, historian, and professor of the Department of History of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Everybody catch that? Informer. You know me, snow me. They say, I like you, boom, boom, yeah. What is that, Boba Fett? Now you're confusing me with your strangeness. Watch out, girl. I'll chew you up. Oh, here I come. I'm a man-eater. Ba 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 Oh, here she comes. Watch out, girl. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. How do you know, Paul? Is it because you've already had a part of your body eaten by this horrible cannibal woman, or what? Or you're just hearsay, or you're just spreading rumors that you haven't even verified? I really like the melody of the verse of that, though. It's quite good, right? But then, but then, It's a great melody. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, thanks to that He-Man video, which is quite funny, I have I said hi. Oh, what's going on? That squirrel has some big old nuts on him. Boy, you're more of a man than I'll ever be, squirrel. The percentage of ball weight to body weight has got to be, a lot bigger than mine. Like, that squirrel's nuts could be like on a dog. This is a well nut and jabbed squirrel, let me tell you. See if I can get it for you on camera. Just wait for him to move around a bit here. Show us your nuts. Show us your nuts. You know you gotta show us your nuts. And if you don't show us your nuts, show us your butt. He's not really showing us his nuts right now, but he will lift up his tail and look towards the hill, and then you'll see like those massive things. Those can't possibly be his nuts, and then you realize they are. Like even when he's standing as tall as he can, they probably drag on the ground. Turn a little bit more. Turn a little more. Yes, I want to see the squirrel's test. See. I want to see this squirrel's testes. You're looking at me, but I want to see your behind because if you lift your tail up, we'll see your nuts. Come on, Squirrely Joe, you're really being like prude right now. This squirrel's being unnecessarily prude, refusing to show us his nuts anymore. Oh, now you're all prude and prissy, huh? A second ago, you were super exhibitionist with me. So, come on. Come on, squirrel. Come on, turn around. Turn around and show us your nuts. Squirrel's being so uncooperative. Come on. You've got to turn around. Lift up your tail so you can see your nuts. Not that direction, the other direction. Now we turn. Good. All right. We're going to see it soon, I bet. You have a little patience. Oh, he just needs to turn a little bit more towards the hill with his tail up like that. And we'll be able to see him. You're so uncooperative. You're a volatile squirrel. Well, Lois says cutlets so much. You can see how much he loves his cutlets. He's a real cutlet lover. That's probably why his nuts are so big. He's eating so many cutlets. It's all gone straight to his nuts. You can see he's kind of chubby a little bit. Or I don't know if it's chubby, but he's got kind of a belly, I like to think it's because he's gotten fat from cutlets. And he's healthy and big nutted because he's eating so many. Oh, you don't even see him anymore. Okay, no. Just wait a second, we're almost there. He just needs to lift his tail up. Come on, no, don't do that way. No, oh. What an uncooperative squirrel. Welcome to Uncooperative Squirrel Weekly. Oh, you almost got it there. If you pause and rewind a little bit and pause it right when he turns around, you can probably see him. If you just stay that way for a second. He doesn't trust me enough. That's why he keeps looking over here, I think. What are you, Pop 'em all or something? Just come on back up to the wall. What are you doing? Well, come on. I should make a short out of this bit here, you know. Oh, there you are again. Hello. Hello. Come on. There you go. Ah, there we go. Come on, turn around all the way. Oh, okay. So pause and go back a second so you can see his nuts. It's like right at the beginning, I had such a good view of them, and then I turned the camera on, and he's not one time showing us a good view of them since. Show us your nuts. Oh, it'd be so triumphant if he would just do it right now. I can almost see him. There they are. You saw them. You saw them. You saw them, didn't you? I think that was pretty good. I think we got a pretty good view of them there. If you go back just a little bit and pause, you're going to see some very sizable squirrel testicles. And like me, you're going to be impressed and a little bit jealous. Squirrels making me feel a little inadequate. But, you know, what are you going to do? I guess I should eat more sunflower seeds. Uh-oh, here comes a bird to mess with things. Hi, Blue Jay. What's going on? You having some cutlets? Okay. So this squirrel, obviously, he's a big eater, or I don't know, like, is he eating all of these sunflower seeds? Oh, good job, Blue Jay. You just knocked off a bunch of sunflower seeds. Now, if you want to eat them, you have to go all the way to the ground. So you earned your own natural consequences for that. Squirrel Watch 2024 is a pretty good YouTube channel, I think. So this is right now. Talking to Fast People presents Squirrel Watch 2024. You know what I think is a good idea is to write a song or something that references future celebrities that don't exist and things that they did in the past that's in the future as metaphors. Like, back in 2036, Julie Stevens did a crazy trick on the Oscar evenings, something like that. But it would be a song. But anyway, I think it's a good idea. It's what I would call an example of implied mythology. Well, now, because you knocked it on the ground, now you have to fly down there, huh? You don't like to fly down there because it's too close to me. You don't trust me. You should. I'm the provider of the cutlets. But, I guess you trust me enough to at least eat while I'm here. It's better than nothing. I have a squirrel coming over here. Maybe this guy's, he's coming to eat the food off of the ground, maybe. Or he might go up to the wall. We'll see. Going up to the wall? You found some cutlets right there. Oh, off you go. Oh, no, now you're coming back. Now you're going up there. Here comes your buddy. Hi, buddy. You're going up there too. Yep, there you are. Hi. I can't really tell the squirrels apart, you know. They all kind of look the same to me. Is that racist? I can tell the babies when they're babies because they're smaller and browner. And when they grow up, they become grayer. Where is that bird? There it is. Okay, so this is a blue jay. You can tell by its blue color and its jay-like appearance. This is called a squirrel. What I like to call it is the Yosemite silverback, just to make it sound more important than a squirrel. The white-bellied Yosemite silverback. It's in the squirrel family, but it's a lot more special than a squirrel. Oh, get out of here, you, that other squirrel says. These are my cutlets. So the other squirrel's like, fine, I'll go over here. Eat these cutlets. It's fine. Be a dick, I don't care. There's plenty of cutlets over here. Maybe that's a lady squirrel and the other one's a male squirrel. Or maybe they're both the same gender. It's hard to say. It's possible that one of them has transitioned into a different gender as well. It's hard to say what this squirrel's preferred pronouns are. I'm going with it. It is eating cutlets. I can't see it's, no, it has no nuts. Okay, it's a lady squirrel. She has no nuts, but she has plenty of cutlets. Enjoy your cutlets, darling lady. What is your name? Sophia? This is Sophia. She's a lady squirrel. She's a lady example of a white-bellied Yosemite silverback. Her hobbies include eating cutlets and going into the trees. She likes to pop up and down. That's one way that she keeps herself fit even while at work, you know. She's not one to just sit in a chair in front of a computer all day. She likes to work out in the world, gather her own cutlets, so to speak, you know. She's got several different places, storage areas where she keeps her cutlets, of course, like a lot of squirrels do. She likes to, as she says, have a diverse portfolio. And she's got some berries, some cutlets, various things that she's stashed in different places. But this winter being especially mild, well, it's what we call a winter of plenty in squirrel studies. The weather is mild mostly, there's not been that much snow. And the provision of cutlets, accordingly, has been more than it would be if it were covered in snow. So all the squirrels are taking advantage of this opportunity to increase the volume of their hordes. We're seeing that one population whose wealth was not necessarily negatively impacted by COVID is the squirrel population. In fact, squirrels around here anyway, where the cutlet distribution is centered, they have it's a very high average net wealth. This is a rich community of squirrels because they enjoy the advantage of regular cutlet distribution and easy access to it because they live near here, you know. Sure, some squirrels travel from trees as far away as several houses down the street, but at a certain point, the commute makes it not worth it, and nobody really wants to spend all their time many miles from home, working at gathering cutlets, not even sure if they're going to arrive at the right time because the cutlet distribution occurs randomly. So, obviously, primarily it's the local squirrels who benefit, including Sophia here. In fact, she's got a lot of status in the squirrel women's group because it's well known that she's got at least a dozen hoards of cutlets and other treats secreted away in different locations. You know, the average squirrel lady only has 4 or 5, so she's considered kind of rich, influential, and powerful in the squirrel community. And you can see the clear whiteness of her belly. There's a little bit of racism going on among squirrels. Squirrels that have off-white bellies or gray on their belly are considered inferior by some of the more racist squirrels. So Sophia's benefits, she sort of won the genetic lottery there. Squirrel men find her among the most attractive of the female squirrels, by and large, but she's iffy about her sexuality. She's not sure if she wants squirrel dick. She's kind of more into the other squirrel ladies. So she's very TE, obviously, which makes dating difficult because other squirrels that she might want to date kind of consider her a little bossy. And she's also a little bit crass in her. She's not afraid to scratch herself in public. It should be noted that we have no fleas up here. The squirrel population and the cats experience no fleas. Why is that, you might ask? Well, actually, it's because at a certain elevation, fleas can no longer survive because the oxygen isn't thick enough up here or whatever. It's not that much thinner than down below, but we're probably just barely above that elevation line where fleas can't live. And accordingly, we don't have any problems with fleas. Pretty nice, huh? Pretty nice. All right, so what am I going to do right now? I think I need to eat some food. Rachel and I need to go to the store, but Jesus Christ. Oh my God, that hummingbird scared the shit out of me. I thought it was a massive insect or something. This is red hummingbird. I probably didn't make it all the way past the camera, but oh yeah, yeah. I don't want it to stab me in the eye with its stabbing beak. One cool superpower that you could have in an isekai would be hummingbird control. They're basically like biological darts. And his power basically would be to turn these hummingbirds, for them, your blood is like nectar. And he says, feast my hummingbird horde. And they go and they all stab you and suck out all of your blood with their vicious hummingbird ways. I think it's a good superpower for an isekai person. Let's see. Do I want a banquet or a trip to Italy? I'll take one of these chicken parms. I'll take chicken parm for 400, Alex. Okay. I also need to replace the Miyagi with some What does that mean? It means I need to put a new roll of paper towels on the paper towel thing. Once I eat, I'll see how I feel. I'll probably end the stream, but we'll see. And maybe I'll put some rocks. Something I need to do. Maybe I'll vacuum. Something I need to do. Maybe I'll watch the one cartoon I want to watch today, which is a great one. It's the only good cartoon that comes out today. The current season is leaner than the previous season, but it's got some real gems. It doesn't have as many good shows. But the ones it does have are PDG, which is to say pretty darn good. Not as good as your mom. She was fantastic. But pretty darn good nevertheless. Squirrel Parmesan. Squirrel Parmesan is another product that that Cup of Poodles Incorporated could put out. Cup of Poodles, my company, my other company besides Headlace. Cup of Poodles is Cup of Noodles except without noodles and instead shredded poodle meat. We could also offer Squirrel Parmesan, or we could just call it Squarmajan. Squarmajan is basically, it's just like eggplant Parmesan, but instead of eggplant, it's squirrel. Who wants to eat some squirrel? That's just what a coyote would say. Well, I guess I'm a coyote then. Can you see my eyeball? You can't, but now you can because of light. I make it dark and it's night, but in daytime you can see all right. This is how I demonstrate the power of light and darkness. You can see? I mean, you can't see? Now you can. What's the only difference? Light. The power of light to illuminate things. I'll be right back. My question is this, and maybe it's an obvious question, maybe it's a question science has already answered, but how many sun particles does it take for me to be able to see something? Is it more than 10? And let's say I'm implementing a regimen of butt sunning, making sure I get sun on my butthole. How will I know when a satisfactory number of sun particles have hit my butthole? If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. I like that. I like that, Jamie. Yeah, I'll use that. There's flying ones too. Spread out like a kite and glide from tree to tree branch. You're talking about flying squirrels. Yeah. They don't really fly, they glide, but as you mentioned, but I think if they tried, they could fly. I think they're not trying very hard. They're just like, why would I bother flapping? I'll just glide. I think that's kind of just a lack of ambition. If you can glide on those, you should be able to flap them. Or maybe find a thermal and go high into the sky like a hawk. You know, there should be some daredevil squirrels, right, that push the limits of what they can do with their gliding flaps. If I got to choose an evolutionary advantage by evolving with Darwinian evolution, I would like to have some gliding flaps. Hey, can you stroke my gliding flap right here? Oh, that feels so good. Baby, please touch my gliding flap. You know it turns me on. Baby, please touch my gliding flap could be one of the songs in the superhero movie Flap Glide. The guy's name is Frank Flapglide, and he evolved gliding flaps by the principles of Darwinian evolution. The environment, this is really Lamarckian evolution, not Darwinian. The environment requires him to glide places a lot. So he grows some gliding flaps and he starts saving people around the city. He'll glide down as somebody's, hey lady, give me your purse or I'm going to give it to you. Some mugger's holding up a lady on the sidewalk. He'll glide down and pick up the lady and fly her away to safety. And one scene, there's a fire in a tall building. He glides down to the building and it's like, oh, the thermals are so hot. And then jump! And the lady jumps from the window. And he's like, oh, I can't control, I'm falling. But then thermals from the fire, again, this time they save him. And they pick him up and he's able to soar into the sky and carry her to safety. Everyone's happy about a gliding flap, except for the villain, right? Who's the villain in this? Well, it's a person who's passionately advocating in favor of more walking paths in the city and bicycling paths, and is also like using a privacy angle to attack gliding flap. Is saying gliding flap is able to fly over and peep into people's windows, and he's saying this because there's a video of gliding flap flying by a window in which a lady's taking off her shirt. In reality, gliding flap just happened to be flying by, and it's the person who was filming that who is the perv. But they use that to try to make it out like gliding flap is a perv who's peeping on people as they're undressed. So the controversy starts, and gliding flap just has to kind of retreat into hiding. He goes to a cabin he has in the woods, and he just kind of glides over the lake and then back to the cabin, all sad. But the love interest in the story, who is a lady reporter who's been reporting on gliding flap's exploits, I'll be right back. So anyway, there's this lady reporter who questioned gliding flap, whose superhero name is gliding flap, but during the day he always wears a long jacket like this to hide his gliding flaps. He's kind of got it cut big here, but the gliding flaps fold down pretty small. Anyway, she kind of guessed that he might be gliding flap. This guy, whose regular street name is Kirk Beard. Kirk Beardley. Okay, his name is Kirk Beardley. That's his Clark Kent name, right? Kirk Beardley, but as a superhero, is known as gliding flap. Anyway, the lady has kind of guessed, has narrowed down her suspect list. Even though he wears a mask, she's thinking he might be Gliding Flap. She talked to him earlier in the film, and sort of under the pretense of, because she's a pretty girl, of like, let's have lunch together, like maybe this is a date. And he realizes that she's just a reporter partway through. But he convinces her that he's not Gliding Flap. One of the specifics that he reveals to her about himself that he thinks is safe enough to reveal, turns out later, it's that he enjoys golf. She remembers later on that some golf stuff had apparently been played with at the scene of a rescue. It had been moved out of the route of the fire to keep it safe, like some nice golf clubs and stuff. She puts two and two together eventually, realizes that he's her guy, and she's figured out with some research that he has gone in the past to this cabin. She heads out there hoping he's there, finds him there. He's all sad. But she just kind of barges him. Did you do it? Well, did you? And he says, no, I was just flying by. I didn't even see the lady's tits. Since I incur all these consequences of having purportedly done so, I almost wish I had. But no, I'm completely innocent. She goes, that's what I thought. Kirk Beardley, I don't know why you're hiding your identity at all, because you've done so many wonderful things for this city. Well, seems like all I did is get trouble for me. Oh, Glide Flap. Please, call me Kirk. Kirk, I wish... What? I wish we could stay like this, just here together by the lake, at least for a while. And that's the scene when finally Kirk says, well, would you like to? It's not too gross. Could you maybe touch my glide flap? And she strokes his glide flaps. Then they begin kissing and stuff. Cut to the scene. They're done making love. They're both smoking cigarettes. And she says, oh my God, glide flap. That was so great. Can we go boating on the lake? But then the TV, which is kind of on in the background, showing like a soap opera or something, says, breaking news. Horrible disaster has occurred in the city that only Glide Flap can save for some reason. It's going to require Glide Flap's unique skills. So he says, Carolyn Justine, that's her. She prefers you call her by first and middle name. Carolyn Justine. Look, maybe people will hate me, but I've got to do something. And she says, my Jeep's four-wheel drive. Get in. And they drive to the top of a nearby mountain. It's taller by a little bit. It's as tall as, approximately. the tall buildings in the city in the distance. He turns to check the wind. A light, that's what happened. And then I leap from the mountain, not I, and glide flap, make glide flaps. Kirk, he says, okay, I'm ready. And Carol and Justine says, Godspeed. And glide flap, leap from the mountain, catches a thermal, soars high into the sky, and glides down into the city. Meanwhile, the ticking clock on whatever disaster it is getting imminent. Almost the lack of glide flap is almost going to result in disaster. Concurrently, a social media post by the lady who'd been kind of out of the loop, hadn't even known this was a big controversy for a while. She's like, oh no, there's no way he was looking at me. I was looking right at him. I was hoping he'd look over at me so I could wave, but he was looking the other direction the whole time. Clearly not interested in me at all. I don't know where they're coming up with this shit from. And that burst on the scene, and then Glide Flaps is sort of exonerated, you know? And this is happening right as he's arriving at the scene of the disaster, which is, I believe, a bridge about to collapse. It's got several cars on it. He needs to glide at least 6 different people to safety. This is the most he's had to glide in the smallest amount of time ever. But he's got a plan. And he notes that the rush of water underneath the bridge hits some rocks and creates some turbulence, and that creates a slight amount of wind, this updraft. So he swoops down and updrafts up, grabs one boy, and then there's a hill over here. He just carries it straight over to the top of the hill, drops him off, glides back down, gets the second one, and then the bridge is just about to finish collapsing. And there's just one woman and her baby left, and they're screaming. And he says, hop on! And she jumps and hops on his back, and they all start to tumble to the ground. But then he catches that updraft from the water at the last second. And everybody who's standing on the nearby hills watching this cheers. And they're holding signs that say, hooray for Glide Flap. We love Glide Flap, and things like that. And then there's a picture of the lady who he purportedly peeped on. And she says, hey, Glide Flaps, look at me, sign. And she pulled up her shirt and shows her titties to Glide Flap as he's flying by. And he gives her a thumbs up, and everybody cheers. And he drops out the woman and the baby on the hill. And then the movie ends with Glide Flap and Caroline Justine getting married. And then, like as a afterthought, there's also a scene of their baby who has been born with Glide Flaps. More Glide Flaps even than her father. And that's the story of the hit movie Glide Flaps, the next Marvel superstar. That's like, I bet if I pitched that to Netflix, they'd be like, we should do this. Let's do it. Some of the terrible shows that Netflix has. I don't know who's making these decisions. But I think they'd love Glide Flaps. Except for the name, you know. I mean, that gives it a certain amount of ridiculousness, right? I don't know, maybe they go for the ridiculousness. But the rest of it is just conventional superhero tropes shit, you know? I really enjoyed Fly Guy's comment yesterday, I think it was. And he said something along the lines of, if it's not about Japanese children with superpowers, I'm not watching it. I thought that was great. Okay, so I've got a lot of movies now in the can, so to speak, fully planned out. You probably heard about my other movie idea that I have, Home More, which is the story of a lady who starts a homeless dance troupe. And it's like Sister Act kind of. Anyway, they perform at the presidential inauguration. This shit happens. I don't want to go through all the plot of it, but you can show it as Sister Act, but replaced with homeless dance troupe. Let's see what other movies I have in the can, so to speak. I know I have more. Maybe I just can't remember them. Maybe Rachel would remember some of them. Oh, you know what, Lou? I think maybe Rachel did show me a picture or something, but I think maybe she didn't explain it. Does Glide Flaps have a trusty sidekick? If so, his trusty sidekick is Henry Hot Air Balloon, who flies nearby in a hot air balloon and is able to provide, an in-air landing place for Glide Flaps. And bring him higher up, and then he can glide his way to saving things again. Glide Flaps 2, I think Glide Flaps will evolve like a helicopter rotor out of his back, so he can just lift himself up. It's retractable. It's made out of flesh and bone, but works just like a helicopter rotor, impressively. And he can't sustain it for very long, but we got rid of a character that a lot of people deemed extraneous from Glide Flaps 1, namely Henry Hot Air Balloon. People kind of didn't like that part, so the writers said, let's write him out of it by evolving some helicopter skills in Glide Flaps. Using the power of Darwin. Currently, I'm more inclined to processism, as it provides a unique and intuitive solution, and I have several issues with perennialism that are difficult to reconcile. But at the same time, I also feel there's something in Gwinon that I may have missed, and by subscribing to processism, I would help keep the modern world down the wrong path. I'm not sure what processism means, perennialism means, or what you mean by them, and I don't know anything about Gwinon. So you'll have to teach me a bit before I'm able to respond to your meows. A process philosophy is one that understands the universe is continually becoming. In the Greek tradition, Heraclitus said that no person ever steps into the same river twice. He was in the process tradition. Taoism and Buddhism are also in the process tradition. Well, I mean, if it's simply a philosophy that understands the universe is continually becoming, then I'm a processist. I understand the universe is continually becoming. I don't understand how you could understand it as anything else, really. Ah, no, Henry's a beloved cult character. Oh, you mean, oh, no, Henry. Yeah, well, there's a small percent of the population who liked hot air balloon Henry, but, you know, a lot of people said his Irish accent sounded fake, that he sounded more British, and he wasn't really that great on it. Like, he wasn't consistent with, like, hello, I'm going to use my hot air balloon. And people weren't really sure what kind of accent that was. I'm Henry. Henry air balloon. Like that. People thought he sounded a little retarded. You know, they thought it romanticized alcohol too much because he was always drinking whiskey to show that he was Irish. Um, they just generally thought it was kind of derivative and stereotypical about Ireland. Like he'd say things like, I can't wait to tell my friends back in Dublin about this. Like that. It was kind of offensive. Some people thought so. So they got rid of him. But in part 3, it turns out he does come back. You're right, Acacia. No, he doesn't come back as the villain. He's retired, okay? But he's got a workshop under the bogs of Ireland, okay? And in that workshop, he's developing the world's most advanced hot air balloon technology. Is something wrong? I mean, we maybe don't have adequately advanced hot air balloon technology. No, he didn't lose his hot air balloon. He's been refining it. And now his hot air balloon moves in all directions, up, down, left, right, this way, that way, diagonal even, as fast as a fighter jet. He's channeled the hot air such that, and made such strong balloon material that the power of the warmth, and he's been able to direct it so precisely that it will pull him at the speed of a fighter jet. And obviously, at some point, there's just too many enemies in part 3 for Glide Flaps to handle by himself. He needs to find. He tries to bring him at. The first thing. I'm not interested. I'm retired. I'm going to just enjoy my whiskey here in Ireland and refine my hot air balloon. I'm gonna go find me the Loch Ness Monster once it's done. I am. And Glide Flaps is like, damn it, Henry. If we don't do something, there is not gonna be any loch. Not Loch Ness Monster, not any loch. There's not gonna be in Ireland. And then Henry's like, you're making too much of it, mate. But then, they say, like basically they say, let's relax here. You can spend the night. Let's have some whiskey. Let's enjoy the soccer game. But during the soccer game, breaking news, emergency that actually harms something that was very precious to hot air balloon guy. It's like breaking news. Ex-Manchester United goalie Miggy Mia was killed today under mysterious circumstances involving this thing that Glide Flaps has been talking about. And Henry's like, I love Jacob Mienichins. I've got his signed jersey on my wall. I got a ball with his number, with his signature right on it. And Glide Flaps is like, and Henry's like, let's go. Let me grab the keys to my hot air balloon. And then off they go. Anyway, then there's a lot of aerial combat against, let's say, North Koreans. They make a good generic enemy, The North Koreans are trying to drop bioweapons on an American base in Laos. And it's critical that glide flaps and hot air balloon Henry catch all of the balloons filled with bioweapons before they hit the ground. It might be called the world's most dangerous water balloon catch game. Each of the balloons filled with a mix of anthrax, Ebola, other such stuff, tuberculosis, and salmonella and things like that. They got to very carefully catch it. Fortunately, hot air balloon Henry is in a hot air balloon. That's something hardened metal, like a fighter jet. He's fast enough. He's more agile than a fighter jet. But the balloons filled with bioweapons just bounce off the hot air balloon. You just grab them, bam, bam. Meanwhile, Glide Flaps has expanded his flaps to maximum flappiness, and he's catching each balloon on the flap. He's weighing him down, but he's trying to balance it out. One balloon here, one balloon here, one balloon here, one balloon here. But he's getting gradually lower and lower. And he's like, I can't carry any more bioweapons, hot air balloon Henry. And Henry's like, what's that going to be right there? He zooms down, and just as Glide Flaps about to fall, he tilts, and all the balloons roll off of him into the basket of the hot air balloon, onto these cushions that hot air balloon Henry put them there for that purpose. One of the balloons quivers and shakes. Quivers and shakes. He says, are you really cold? And then the hot air balloon settles down and it doesn't pop. It looks like it's about to, but it doesn't. Then they put them in a biosafe container after they've caught the last of the hot air balloons. And the late arriving U.S. military then shoots down the North Koreans. And the pilot does one of these meows to Glide Flaps and hot air balloon Henry and salutes them from the cockpit before flying away. Anyway, then cut to the scene where they have a ticker tape parade for them in New York City. And hot air balloon Henry and Glide Flaps. And, obviously making a nominal appearance is Caroline Justine, his wife that we met in part 1 of Glide Flaps, the trilogy. We don't even know what happened in part 2. I mean, I know what happened in part 2 for sure. Is the critical crisis is, for some temporary stretch of time, Glide Flaps had his flaps taken away from him or rendered unusable. And obviously, Caroline Justine said, listen, Kirk, you're Kirk, okay? You're not just Glide Flaps. And you're a hero. Your heroism is so much more than just your flaps. Now you get out there and you show me the man I married. And then he's not really able to use his flaps very well, but he manages to catch a couple people, and now all of a sudden his flaps are growing and growing. He's like, I'm evolving more better flaps. Oh my God. Oh yeah, well, there was that. That happens later, okay? After he evolves better flaps, then he evolves helicopter rotors. In the third one, though, his helicopter rotors are gone, and there's no explanation. So I'm glad now we've explained everything you need to know about the Glide Flaps trilogy. In the third one, of course, his glide flaps have become so powerful that if he flaps them, it creates a great wind that blows over the villains. And, he wins a lot of fights that way. They're coming out with guns trying to shoot at him. And they go, get blown over by the powerful wind. In one of the glide flap films, I would like to see Mayan Shanktopus make an appearance. Perhaps he could be a villain, you know. And you watch him screaming out of his octopus beak as the last obsidian shank shatters. Curse you, glide flaps! Like that. All of his arms up, gesticulating wildly. So, that's the kind of important information you come here for. You say, I need to know what the next big Hollywood trend is going to be. What's the next big filmogy? Yeah, what's the big franchise? Well, now you know. It's glide, flaps, hot air balloon Henry, and Mayan Shanktopus. Good morning, Rachel.
I love that you're wearing your headdress again.
It's called my head lace.
Head lace.
Because it's a lace.
Oh, it's a lace.
It's a shoelace, I believe.
Oh, it looks great on you.
Thank you. I was just explaining that I'm predicting the Hollywood future. That in the nearish future, three of the biggest names, biggest Hollywood franchise in terms of movies are going to be Mayan Shanktopus, Hot Air Balloon Henry, and Glide Flaps. So you probably missed out on the explication of glide flaps.
Yeah, I did.
But we just wrote a trilogy of films regarding them.
Oh.
And I'm confident they'll be Hollywood's next hot item.
I'll keep listening.
Acacia, would you like to play the role of Caroline Justine in the Glide Flaps trilogy? I think Hero Lamb might be a good hot air balloon Henry. And we could get, let's see. We'd get Carlos Paeva to play Glide Flaps. Of all those people, I only know what Acacia looks like, but that's fine. I just have a general feeling that Carlos Paeva seems like a Glide Flaps. I'm not really sure Acacia is the right person for Caroline Justine. Caroline Justine seems a little bit more extroverted, which I'm not sure how good of an actress Acacia is. Could she play the role of feisty, story, whatever it takes to get a story reporter? Maybe. I've never seen her act. Maybe next time I see Acacia, she can put on a play for us. Perhaps As You Like It. Shakespeare's As You Like It. What do you think? Who wants to see Acacia? Actually, you know what? Acacia can simply perform for us all the parts, all three movies in the Glide Flaps trilogy. She's acted out like, but Glide Flaps, you've got to. I can't do it anymore, Caroline. My name's Caroline Justine. Like that. You have to put the Justine or else it's not my name. Can I just call you CJ? And that's when they start calling her CJ. The writers got tired of such a long name. Damn it, CJ, can't you see that they hate me? It doesn't matter what they feel, okay? Okay, Glide Flaps? It doesn't matter. Why doesn't it matter? Because you're still doing the right thing. You know what the right thing to do is. is to use your cloud flash to save those people. So I was out here. I looked in all my pockets for my cigarettes. And then I went inside to find my cigarettes. And they were in my pocket. Goddamn physical objects. They're like a curse that keeps on stabbing you in the face. Famous Egyptian face curse. Anyone who defiles this tomb will be cursed by a haunted knife that stabs you in the face over and over again. Glad I didn't have to face that curse. So I ate my food. Yes, we need to go to the store, but I'm not super feeling it. I'm kind of super not feeling anything, you know? I don't feel like doing much of anything. I do have a cartoon to watch that I'm very excited to watch. Villainous Level 99. And I need to begin production on the first film in the Glide Flash trilogy. That's going to take a while. I should try to make a feature film just using the dolls that I have. I could base it up. I've come up with plenty of film ideas. I wish I remembered them all. That's what I need, fucking like Magic Skyframe app, right? To go through all of the, like, just like Google Photos organizes your photos for you by person or by time or whatever, by a couple of different vectors. I need, or a couple of different parameters. I need something to do that with all my spoken stuff, to separate out. Here's a list of things that are definitely jokes. Here's a list, you know. Here's the text of them, and they're organized as even underneath that. Like, these are jokes about meow. These are repetitions of the same joke or whatever. You can parabolically search it like that. That's what I want to have. I want that so badly. Because in terms of stuff I've written, right? Like, if you're talking about jokes, most of it just focus on jokes. I don't know how many goddamn jokes I've written. Hundreds, right? Maybe thousands of distinct things that could qualify as jokes that I've written. But I have no way of benefiting from that amount of stuff I've done, because instead of writing it in a document or something, I make the jokes while I'm streaming and don't adequately have a way of accessing the body of work that I thus generate as reusable stuff, right? There's ideas that I can compile and select the best of or whatever. It's exactly what I need, but doesn't exist as far as I know. Can any second craft jokes on the fly easily? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't necessarily think that any Dom makes a lot of jokes either. I think I have an expression of any that is very humor oriented. I like to make a lot of jokes. I try to be funny, you know, to some extent. I always have, right? In at least some of my engagements. Not everybody takes that FE path, right? It gives me a lot of FE satisfaction, but there are other ways to get equivalent FE satisfaction that don't involve being funny. I think people probably determine their expression of self fairly early on, based on how receptive, in part based on how receptive their immediate people are to their humor. My mom always thought I was funny, but only when I was. So, that's a good environment to train me both. That it's good to attempt to be funny, safe to be unfunny, but undesirable to be unfunny. It refines your identity as somebody who's trying to make people laugh or whatever. As far as like music goes, I was apparently, by all accounts and my own recollections, very musical, always singing. At school, walking down the halls, I was always singing, and I don't think that really had much of anything to do with the environment. I think I was just born auditory. Maybe other NA people are too, but I'm not sure. I consider the precise parsing of things philosophically that I do as mostly a product of my experience. Yes, I natively thrive in that experiential environment, but I think the precision with which I parse things is you have to give a lot of credit to the specific set of experiences I've had. You know, coaching the most complicated form of debate. Well, I mean, you learn a lexicon of terms that allows you to have a good map for argumentation that you otherwise wouldn't have, to understand exactly what someone's doing because you've got every kind of argument framed out, etc. That can only really happen not just with functions and stuff, but with specific sets of experiences that teach you all that stuff. ChatGPT has chatbots now, meaning you can preset them to do a specific task and wait for webhooks. In other words, created to wait for automatically sent transcripts and process them. Really? Maybe I should try to use that, Ruben. That does sound like kind of like what I want. Eric, that is possible or near possible with AI tools now. Can automate sending the transcript of each video to an AI bot that is preset to parse it out into a structure you're choosing. Oh yeah, maybe I should do that. You think in case you could pull off the performance? Well, the character, her name's Caroline Justine. She's a saucy young reporter, go-getter, who's trying to get the story and trying to figure out who Glide Flaps really is, like what his Clark Kent identity is. She's possibly like an ESFJ, which is very different from Acacia's type. But acting means you can behave like somebody you aren't. That's the power of acting. I am a little torn on the open mic. I'm not sure if I'm going or not. I might be going. I'm not sure if Rachel wants to go. It doesn't really matter to me if she goes or not. If I go, if she wants to, that's fine. If she doesn't, that's fine. If I were to, like, going by myself would kind of be easier in the sense that I wouldn't need to worry about like Rachel's happiness, comfort, or whatever. But it depends on her mood, If she's enthusiastic about it, then it would probably be more fun. But in other words, it doesn't really matter to me. However, I'm not sure I'm going to go, but I'm not sure I'm not going to go. Acacia has range, that's what you're saying. Well, Ruben, do you think you could, if I chose to cast you this, I'm not saying I will, but if I were, do you think you could pull off Hot Air Balloon Henry with the Irish accent? I mean, I'm not absolutely confident Carlos can because he's already got, presumably, a Portuguese accent. I'm not sure about whether he can really pull off the Irish accent that sounds just like an English accent that I'm doing, because that's what we want it to sound like, a bad Irish accent. Kind of like a mix between Briton and pirate. I can't go with you. I've got me, I've got me lab here in the bog. I'm working on hot air balloon technology, like that. Can you do that? If not, then we'll try Carlos out for it. If he can't do it, we'll try Boba Fett. I don't know. I'm not really confident that anybody here can pull off the visionary accent that I just demonstrated. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome.
I think he's got it too. I think so. I think Ruben, you look like a hot air balloon guy too. Doesn't Ruben look like somebody who's into hot air balloons?
Totally.
Yeah, Rachel agrees. So it's kind of natural.
I think it's the part you were born to play.
Yeah, I think so too. You were born to play hot air balloon Henry.
You're directing it?
No, I think I'm gonna hire whoever did Barbie to direct it.
Oh, Greta Gerwig.
Yeah, Greta Gerwig. I'm gonna hire her to direct it. And the script is gonna be full of stuff like, Caroline Justine at some point will say, "But glad that I'm just a woman. I need your help." And then Greta will, of course, not like that. Probably try to rewrite that part,
Oh.
Right.
Because females can't ask for help. It's not feminist.
Right. And then, at the end, she says, "Oh, thank God for the patriarchy." Irish are master insulters. He's like a sponge filled with pests. That is a good insult.
I've never heard that before.
I didn't know that came from Ireland. I mean, I had a pretty good insult yesterday. I'm Frosted Flakes, and your flakes are corn.
Oh.
Also, here's a great insult. You remind me of Bill Walton.
No! This is terrible. That is an insult, but it's a terrible compliment.
Yeah, it's an insult for sure.
Yeah. Oh,
They're very quick. It seems to be you gotta stay on your toes. In Ireland, you gotta stay on your toes because otherwise you're gonna get dissed by an Irish person. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep it at ready disposal my repertoire of comebacks, such as "Oh yeah," and "Oh yeah, you are," and "I know you are, but what am I?"
Classic.
Well, they might be corn under the frost, but look, your flakes are either going to be frosted or corn. Corn just means lacking in frost. Frost is where the flavor comes from, Lou. Frost is another word for sugar. Okay. So, I think I'm going to wrap this stream up shortly, but I think I am going to play the 3 songs that, in theory, I might play if I were to go tonight. So, I was imagining that I was going to go tonight, and I was imagining that I would either print out or memorize 100,000 million years ago, so I could play that as one of the songs. And I'd play Satchel of Helpful Goods and what else was I going to play? What else was I going to play besides Satchel of Helpful Goods and 100,000 million years ago? I had something specific in mind. It might have been Parker Tart Lemon Squeeze, which would seem to be a good one to play, actually. I think it would be well received. It's like sort of immediately likable. No, I'm not going to play. I want to play 3 different songs this time. So, of the 3 songs I want to play, though, I probably only have one of them memorized. I could try to just play memorized songs. That kind of limits my repertoire pretty well, so I'm not sure that's a good idea. 3 songs I could play. Meow, meow, meow. Well, could play Amelia, possibly. All right, let me give this a shot. I'm gonna actually plug in the amp, play it amplified like I will tonight if I go, and we'll see how far the tomato rolls from the tomato plant, so to speak. I could do Matter of Mood. That's possible. I could do Matter of Mood, Satchel of Helpful Goods, and HTMY. HTMY 100,000 million years ago. Hitma. I could play that and those 2 songs. That's possible. Oh, I know what the third one I was thinking about playing was. Second Night. That's what I was thinking about playing. I have that one memorized. It's a pretty good song. You know, I think it stands up against my new songs fine. I don't think it represents sort of an earlier, less sophisticated stage of songwriting, like much of my earlier stuff does. So, I'm going to play first. First, I'm going to play Satchel of Helpful Goods. Then I'll play Second Night. And I'll end with something a little more fast, like, or upbeat, like Amelia. Or I could potentially do Destruction of the Whole Damn World. Meow. Every life lived reaches the time when the road splits in two. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and a satchel filled up with bone. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You are what I like to call a wonderful lady.
I think you're a wonderful man.
Thanks. It's the second night when you start to feel strange, strange, and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stars to shine above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types that lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stores the chime above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Thanks.
You're welcome.
That pretty good.
Yeah, I hear that.
It was an old one that I figured out how to play again not super long time ago. So it's been being integrated into the repertoire. Obviously, I made a mistake the first time through, which I would not like to do tonight, but I shouldn't make that mistake. I know the song well enough to play it from memory. Meow. Meow.
Meow, Trouble. Do you have a plate over here? No.
Oh, right. I want to see how, I might not do this song, but I want to do this one before anything else, because I have this one memorized, and I want to see how it plays on the electric before I choose something different, actually. From their savage ways, insulting, cursing, and desperate. We're stuck with such petty larceny. All position of rectally, they call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. You just can't share things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have bought to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot to buy, shut it on, although she ever called. Should have People everywhere gather up enemies of me. That how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win. Heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and desolate. We're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom. Thanks, darling. Both those songs probably need a little practice. I need to run through them a few times before I bring them up on stage, the last two. I don't know if that's, I mean, it might be preferable to play that one because I have it memorized-ish. I mean, obviously I have it memorized, I just fucked it up again in one spot like I did the previous song. I'm not sure it's as good a song as either A Million or 100,000 Years Ago, but I do think it's a good song. I don't know. It's kind of a tough call. Let's see how Amelia sounds. Amelia, go from the place, take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then moving sideways in the space you're in? Amelia, we're watching you. Fell for sure. No matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you then moving sideways in the space you're in? There inside me with that thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia.
Woo!
Thanks. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, I like playing with it plugged in. I can do more with the guitar than I can with it not plugged in. I mean, I was considering Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze because it's kind of immediately likable.
Yeah, it's very jolly.
Let me see about that one. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international, the live's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da-ba-ba-dee-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da-da. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da-ba-ba-dee-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da. Go to visit him for starts. Remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend and it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart.
That's so good.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
That might be worth playing, you know. I think it's, like I said, kind of instantly likable. Or you execute it like that, you know. Another very likable song is Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty.
True.
I'm not sure I would execute that quite as well, but let's see. I might have to scroll down. Actually, I can do this. It should be fine. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty not as good as either of the previous two songs I played. I played both of the previous songs better than I played that one. Alright, let's try this one. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, but yet to show. Place the slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue, tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, it's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a force, it's not easy stopping short, too far along, turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north, now there's a fitter force, enemy ground, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago, time ran slow, yet to show. The slabs below, let them go, they will start to grow. More years ensue, tears gnashing through, holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large, other ways. Take a chance now, it's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, it's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north, now there's a fitter force, enemy ground, enemy ground. Okay, well, I didn't play it as clean, right? I don't exactly have in my head exactly how to do all the guitar parts and stuff. So, it's less polished than some of the other things I might play. I probably shouldn't play that one.
You have the most meowy cat.
I know, that cat is meowing the fuck out of everything. It's ridiculous.
It really is.
How much meowing could you possibly do?
No. He meows more than any other cat that I've ever met.
No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency self-inflicts eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awful blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I burned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. There's some of the others taking off to set their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true, yo. Love lies between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed, you're a worthless cunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I burned my share of shame. My share of shame. Thanks. So again, I think not as clean as either Amelia potentially could be, or Parker Tar, which is probably my best choice. I could probably memorize pucker chart with not too much effort. I don't. I'm not gonna be able to have any like millennia or 100,000 years ago memorized by tonight. All right. Well, I think what I'll do is I'm gonna play Second Night again. I'm gonna play Destruction of the Whole Damn World again. I'll play Pucker Chart again, and I'll choose 2 of those 3 songs, and then I'll call it a stream. So sorry for the repetition, but I need to practice. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types, where lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. I'm not happy with the way I played that the first time through. Let's see if we can do it better this time. It's the second night when you start Fuck you, Eric, and your horrible ways. Let me start this song at the second time through. Here we go. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the rain is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the rain It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the rain is on, sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. That part. I used to play it all finger picked, so I don't really have a strumming pattern for it, you know. All right, let's do Destruction of the Whole Damn World. This one could be, I think, very good if I executed it perfectly. Bed.
everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have bought 2 when she had the chance to buy. Jason forgot about shouldn't act, although she ever called, she'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom! Thank you. Thanks. It wasn't perfect, but all right. Just do Parker Tart one more time, like I said, and then we'll call it a stream. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you can see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it won't be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, but he'll help his like a friend. The beaver bee fucking fucked it up again. Now, this is for the first time here. I have to try the song again because I want to get through it perfectly. Oh. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it would be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart. Thank you, darling. You're a wonderful lady. I'm going to give you an encore, everybody, of Mom before I put it away. Because it really is. We'll see if I go play tonight. It's just like this song says. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency. And I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back at to wherever it was you thought you knew. just like today, I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-dee, ba-da-da-da. Bum-ba-dee-da, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Thanks, darling. All right, well, that's enough guitar for me. So, what are we going to play tonight? Maybe. I still am not sure. I might. It kind of sounds fun. Thanks, darling. I agree with you. In my own mind, I'm a rock star.
You are.
In other people's minds, not so much. But that's okay. Other people are wrong about a lot of stuff. Wow. If I were really a rock star, I'd go put rocks by the mailbox. Maybe I will even.
All right. What do you think about this look, huh? It's a good place to carry my glasses. I even got the car, key for the little car. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Chew it. Rocker. I'm a rock putter and I'm putting some rocks here in the mud. I'm gonna put these rocks. Got a lot of rocks that need to be put. What rhymes with put? Not a lot of stuff rhymes with put. Root, like my grandma wouldn't pronounce it, instead of root. My grandma liked to pronounce things like that, you know. Maybe it was a Missouri thing, I don't know. Roof and root, instead of roof and root. Not really much that rhymes with put. Like cut, C-U-T is pronounced cut. Hut. You know, like why are hut and cut pronounced hut and cut, but put is pronounced put? Why isn't it put? Put is with two T's, of course. Puh. Puh, ma, ba, na, fa, la, da, fa. If you, foot. Put rhymes with foot. There you go. We have a rhyme for put now. Keep in mind when we go up to the street, you may or may not retain connectivity. You may suddenly find that Eric's gone. And if that happens, don't panic, okay? Do not panic. It doesn't mean that I've crashed or anything. It just means we've run out of internet. Now, I'm not going to put my seatbelt on, which means I have to go less than 5 miles an hour, or else it'll start going run, and make the seatbelt on. But that's fine because I'm only going this far, a little distance, just to right here. Actually, let me back it up a little bit. And let me back over there instead of forwarding over there. Okay. Now we're going to back over there like this by putting it in reverse. Reverse, in case you do not know, is the opposite of forward. All right, good job, Eric. We're really accomplishing things now. Someone needs to give me an award. Best accomplisher of things in a supporting role. All right, put you here. Let's see if you can see just fine what I'm doing here. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to do some stuff. First thing I want to do is flatten, flatten, flatten. Flatten, flatten, flatten. Flatten, 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 flatten. Flatten, 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 flatten.
what you gotta flatten, then you're gonna fatten. You remember that simple rhyme, you too will know how to rock foot. Alright. You flatten with our feet, as well as a shovel is fine. Foot flattening is fine too, you know. It's not, you don't have to use a shovel for flattening. Okay. Now that we've flattened, it's time to put some rocks. I'm just gonna place these rocks here, try to fill up all the dirt spots. Like that. Okay. Now this is a big rock, so it needs a big spot. Right here. That's a good spot for that rock. This line goes right here. This one goes right here. Or maybe, yeah, that's fine. It's a good enough spot for it. There's another kind of big rock. Put it here. Pow! Like that. Let's finish up this area over here. Put that one there. Step on that one. Step. This one. Like that. Step. 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 Okay. That's pretty good. We're getting progress. So. It's kind of like cobblestones, you know, a little bit. Just puts these rocks in. Okay. I'm gonna take off my jacket now because it's hot. Let's see what else we can do here with some rocks.
All right, making some good progress here. Okay. Let's continue building our cobblestone road here. And we're going to put gravel over this so it's a little easier on the tires, you know. If you're worried about that, then you don't need to be. Okay. Yeah. 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 Put that over those ones as well. Push this in here. Push that in there. All right. Look at us making so much progress. We've got this whole section almost done with rocks. Pow, pow. Okay. Making some progress now. Yeah. All right. Look at us go. Okay. We're making some serious progress here. I'm glad I got so many rocks.
definite progress here. Yeah! 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 All right. So, we need to start back here. Oh, little gaps. Okay. There. A good one for here. Yeah. Yeah.
lot of bending over. Oh. Okay. Jesus. Hi. Thank you.
That might work better.
Yeah. Trying to make something out here. I covered it with gravel. Figure hopefully that'll do the job.
Yeah, and I go through it so slow, but that mud just
Yeah.
sucks it
It's this
up.
horrible clay mud that just is.
It's terrible.
Yeah. So.
When they laid the fiber optics, that was the time to call them because they had to come fix it.
Yeah. Well, I went up to the wilderness in my little wilderness car here and got all these rocks.
Well, I think it's looking beautiful.
All right. Thank
Keep
you.
at it.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all your hard work on that.
Oh, thank you. No problem.
Okay. There. Okay. Ah. Oh, bugs in the car. Why? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, a little more to go. Over here, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Woo.